Hey, how's it going? Attempting to beat Disco Elysium tonight, finally. That's what I said last night, but then we were about to leave for the island, which I think is probably going to be the last part. Hopefully it's enough for a full stream. And I was just too tired. I didn't want to beat the game in that state. So, because I was nodding off. So we're beating it tonight. Hopefully I feel like I'm just gonna keep going until I beat it, even if I end up missing my plans later. And then this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, next 3 days. Tomorrow I'll be streaming, assuming I beat it tonight. I'll be streaming Richard Scarry's best neighborhood disc ever and Richard Scarry's busiest neighborhood disc ever, 2 games. Saturday games from the Tom Hanks Game Jam. Enough said. And Sunday is Father's Day, so I'll be streaming Dadish and Dadish 2. It's a game about a dad radish, self-explanatory. I'm gonna start with a snack break tonight. Whoa, been a while, huh? Since I did one of those. Because I didn't do a proper stream this past weekend. And I didn't do a snack break last stream. So today I'm trying Andy Cap's fries. The Andy Cap hot fries, I think, are the ones that are the most well known, which have never appealed to me because I don't like spicy foods. I guess they also have barbecue fries, and these are the cheddar fries. I don't have the barbecue ones. I have cheddar and I have ranch. These are the 2 flavors I found that are appealing to me. Andy Cap fries are interesting for a few reasons. Do Americans know who Andy Cap is? Do they just think that it's a snack mascot? Andy Cap is a newspaper comic strip character from the UK. I had some Andy Cap books growing up, like 1, I think, and I found them bemusing. They do kind of look like a snack mascot, honestly, with like the eyes hidden and stuff. It's like a very snack mascot sort of design. Usually Andy Cap's smoking a little cigarette, but it's a fry here. So I guess the fries are really meant to be edible cigarettes, which is interesting because in response to these, I imagine this is how these came about, Cheetos has Chester's fries. There's no regular cheese version of these, because I guess that would just be regular Cheetos, but I assume these are made of potatoes. No, cornmeal. Cornmeal's the main ingredient. So it's just fry shape. I don't know how these are going to be like texturally different from Cheetos. There are Flamin' Hot versions, so those would just be Flamin' Hot Cheetos. There's no cheese version. They have chili cheese. They have had chili cheese and they've had bacon cheddar, but no regular cheese version. So I just got the ranch ones to compare them to the ranch fries here. But they're clearly meant to be like an answer to that. So I'll try the ranch first, and then cheddar as a palate cleanser, and then Chester's ranch. They're very tiny. This is how Andy Cap eats them. Not big on ranch personally, but this is closer to like a Cool Ranch than the other ranch stuff I've had, which is like ranch corn nuts I've had. This is sort of in between ranch corn nuts and Cool Ranch Doritos flavor wise. Like it's a little creamier, maybe, than the ranch corn nuts. Oh no! Okay, there's that sort of there was a big burst of tang there. They're so small and dainty. I don't know if Andy Cap as a character, as a comic strip character, has been localized to the US really at all. It's just this snack, which I assume is originally from the UK. It'd be weird if it wasn't. These are fine, like ranch chips. I feel like they're almost too small. I would need like a handful of them to eat at once. But, it's a fine ranch flavor. It's better than the ranch corn nuts flavor-wise, but not as good as Cool Ranch Doritos. And then we have the cheddar fries. Cheddar fries. We have the cheddar fries, which also have these little leaves on them. And you can even see them in the logo. The cheese powder looks like Cheetos. Ranch, it makes sense there's the little leaves like that. I don't know why it would be on the cheddar one, though. So it doesn't really taste like Cheetos. Kind of makes me wish I was eating Cheetos. It's more oniony than Cheetos. I wish it was cheesier. Like a good cheese doodle or something. I do kind of like that they really are shaped like little Andy Cap cigarettes. Like, this is exactly how Andy Cap is. Makes me wonder if the original from the UK is literally, like, meant, marketed as that. Probably not. There are potato in these. At least in the Andy Cap ones. There's potato in the Andy Cap ones. There's not potato in the Chester fries. Yeah, tobacco flavor. In that's a UK exclusive variant. So here's the Chester ranch fries. Again, no cheese versions of these. Also doesn't open as well. Okay, I'll do this. I was able to find an extra small bag of these. So these are a little bit bigger. These actually look more like fries. And the ranch looks more like... I see bits of red, which reminds me of Doritos Cool Ranch. And it's immediately, the smell is different too. Texture-wise, very similar, a bit denser than the handicap fries, but very different than, well, actually no, it's not different than, it's not that different than Cheetos. The shape is basically all that's different. The ranch flavor is extremely mild. It almost just tastes like flavor. Flavored Chester fries. What flavor? Ranch? It's like ranch with a question mark. It's so subtle. Like mainly what I notice is that sort of styrofoamy Cheetos texture. It does feel like I'm biting into like foam, like that type of green styrofoam that people with pica like to eat. The handicap fries are better, I think. There's a stronger flavor. This is too subtle. I don't dislike the texture. It's interesting. It makes it distinct. It makes this very much its own thing compared to the handicap fries, but the flavor should be stronger. If anything, they should have just made it like Cool Ranch, since it is from Frito-Lay. But the real question is, who would win in a fight? Handicap or Chester Cheetah? Probably Chester Cheetah, right? That's not a hard question. I do think it's funny that since these are clearly meant to be a stand-in for handicap cigarettes, that these are basically Chester Cheetah brand edible cigarettes. I don't think they would want to show Chester Cheetah smoking, but it's there. It's here. They're doing it. They're holding. They're holding two. They're doubling up on the cigarettes and the logo. Okay. Give me a second, and we will continue. We will end Disco Elysium, hopefully. Well, if you try the handicap fries right after the Chester fries, the difference is crazy in terms of like how flavorful. Disco Elysium. Let's go to the island.
The skiff floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty.
Wait a second.
Once you get in, that's it. Have you made all the... Remember what the netpicker said. It's a small...
I know I said I was ready. I've got $60 here. Now, there's not really much else I can buy, but I can buy like health stuff. So I should probably get some just in case. That's the first thing I noticed. Starting it up again. Oh, I have $60 I haven't used. Or 60 real. Also, and more bottles.
The tear machine step. Your bottles clunk.
Here you go.
A small cabinet on the...
Okay, here. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel
Should be
better
good.
or something. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
A colourful...
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol...
I'm good. I was trying to see if there was any benefit to not smoking at all. Ow. As in, if there's like... I only did it because I wanted the skill points. Oh, wow. One experience point away from another skill point. I want to, I wanted to see if there's like, an achievement for if you don't smoke or do alcohol. If you don't drink alcohol or smoke or anything. While playing the game. It doesn't seem like there is. So there's no benefit. I guess because you're playing as a druggie. These are good. Let's go.
The skiff float. Once you... Have you made... Remember what the netpicker said. It's a small tank.
You take the engine, Kim, I'll hold the boombox.
What?
What? How else do we blast Sad FM on our way to the island? You heard me, don't make me repeat myself. Say nothing. 1.
Fine. Let's blast Sad FM then.
He gives you resigned shrug. Not a resigned shrug, the resigned shrug.
Sad FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart.
Okay. Fine. Well, this is a tape playing in the boombox. Let's see if it works for that.
The skiff float once you get... Have you made... Remember what the...
Get in and run to the island. Here we go. Where's my other... I'm actually... Oh, I'm actually doing it. I'm gonna get copyright claimed.
1, 2,
How far is the island? I should probably talk over this so I don't get copyright claimed, because if I don't say anything, I definitely will. I probably will anyway. It's probably loud enough that I will, but and I was silent for a minute there, so, or a few enough seconds that it probably picked it up. Oh well. What's that? Oh, is that the church? That's the church. I'm just trying to say anything at this point, so. Wow, it's zooming out a lot. Are these the credits? Is this going to be a 1 minute stream of the game? Mostly snack break? Let me take another bite of this other sandwich. Well, maybe I shouldn't, because I won't be talking while I do that. This works in some of the score, kind of. This song. I'd like you to be able to hear it more, but I don't want the stream to be able to hear it and pick up the copyright. So if I talk more, maybe it won't be as clear. Hopefully. It doesn't really matter. I don't get monetization anyway, but just in case. I mean, it would be muted on Twitch, I think. So, what is that, an oil spill? What spilled oil? Excuse me. So this is the island over here. It wasn't that far, was it? Who skipped across on the rocks or something? Where's the raft of the twins used to get over there? I don't think we missed anything on the. Oh, you know what? I forgot to do. I forgot to check Ruby's body. Ruby's body is gone. So I did this on the Sunday stream, which I accidentally didn't. I didn't stream. I just recorded it. On Sunday.
Comes to a slow stop. The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence.
I checked on Ruby's body. They said, "Oh, it was picked up already," but the tent was still had a body in it. So that was a graphical error or something. I don't know, but yeah. So Ruby's body is gone. There was a little dialogue about that. Doesn't really matter. I don't think we really missed anything.
In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Let's go.
New skill point. Good. We might need that. Oh. A makeshift bridge. The bombs are powerful enough to break the foundation. The rusted chain trails off into the ocean.
The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast.
Point to it. This leads to the depot on Land's End. Land's Ass.
Ah, yes, so it seems.
What do you think it was used for?
For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain.
As a defensive measure, lock it off that side of the bay.
Lock it from whom?
From enemies. Enemies of the commune of Revacheur. This sea fort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe.
Fortification. Let's go back. I'm not ready.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Let's return to the mainland.
Are you sure? There are things we still need to do here.
He looks at the ruined flak tower on the cliffside. You're right. Let's get to it. What was I thinking? I don't know. Oh, we finished the task. Go to the island. Should I do the thought of Oh, I don't have it, but it was a thought for whatever. I was thinking of the thought I get when I try to go through the blast store on the other whatever. These tires are falling apart. They're at least 50 years old. Can't go past there. Wait, can I? No. They probably know we're here. There's a lingering trace of mazout in the air. What the hell is that? Some fuel has leaked out of the barrel. Black, viscous. Attention, inflammable.
Yes?
It's inflammable? Doesn't that mean it's not flammable?
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
Why can't I click this? I can't. What is that flutter?
The flock of quail departs, now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105.
Underneath the flutter?
On the islet, there is almost no wind, just snow quietly falling on the reeds, bulrushes swaying on the waterline, long dried leaves chafing against each other. Like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work. Of great importance to the few who attend.
To the west.
A silent hiss. See air moving through the needles of a pine tree.
To the west, to the west, to the east.
The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand. The low tide filtered through its grains. A bird tending to its feathers. Snow falls on the water, melting away without even a whisper.
Ahead.
A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building.
How big? I can't really see the top. Beyond that, further north.
Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless. A flake of snow falls on an extinguished campfire. Hiss.
Below the silence.
Col de Mamadakwa.
What? To the Pale then, right? Because that's what the Col de Monadocqua actually is.
We are way out now. Way out in the west.
The Col de Monadocqua can't be here.
No, it's just your imagination. You can't hear such things.
Yes, I can. I did the thing that means that I can. But it's not real, right? It's the Pale. Kim.
Yes?
Momentarily, the sounds are swept away. Pain shoots up your right foot and into your groin.
Gross. It's pretty silent on this island. Have you noticed how quiet it is? It's really fucking silent on this island. It's really fucking silent on this island. I don't notice that. I just hear the waves and shit. But I'll say that, sure.
It is. Is that why we are stopping?
It's not silent here. I don't know if you can hear the fucking people blasting music outside. I mean, we blasted music on the way here to the island. Wait, I have to listen to one more thing.
The lieutenant nods in silence.
No, I don't. Open your eyes. Stop listening. This barrel says ICM. You can see a star with little specks on it. Is that related to RCM? The little birch from the coin-operated viewer still holding on. No way to get up there. The stairs are gone. Oh. What the hell is this?
ICM? This feels familiar somehow.
RCM. It sounds like RCM. Revachol Citizens Militia. Kim, what is the ICM? A white star. Put to the star label. Are those speck stars too? The snow? Looks old. What's it still doing here? One.
Insulindian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army, the black and white army of the Revolution.
Sounds an awful lot like.
RCM. It sounds like RCM. Revachol Citizens Militia.
It does.
What if I hadn't said that? It wouldn't have finished the sentence. Why?
The RCM may descend from the ICM.
May?
It's impossible to say. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
A white star.
No, an upside-down star.
He looks at it.
With its horns in the sky. The symbol of the commune.
Are they speck stars too?
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the face in the sea.
Looks old. What's it still doing here?
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter.
He thinks.
One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
That's weird, though. Surely all the fuel would have leaked out by now. Finished thought. Alright, what the hell is this? Hmm? Maybe we're seeing something ahead of time. Oh, don't run. This was once an armament rest. Twin cannons were attached here. Medium distance, large caliber. Careful, these stairs have collapsed. Okay. I'll save then. Before being reckless. I will have to get down somehow. Well, what's this?
An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now.
He
But someone
concludes.
has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Wait, haven't you heard this before?
Have I? Where do these wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere,
He looks at the wall socket. What kind of generator is these?
liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout.
He points to the open fuel cap on the side of the dynamo. I smelled that, right? Somewhere?
The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter.
The lieutenant pauses. Something seems to be pecking at the edge of his concentration. He gives you a sideways look before adding,
Long and cold.
"There's no time to dwell on this moment. You've got to keep moving."
You know what's going through my mind? I don't know why right now, but I'm trying to think if there's anything that could point to like him being the killer. Is there anything that they helped uncover in the case? I feel like it's mostly been me. There's not anything they've done really to sabotage it. It doesn't really track that it would be them. I don't know. That was just a weird moment. Tap on the side.
A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
What does this mean? A generator here?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
Okay.
That is his idea of a joke.
I am. This generator proves the universe is material. Kick the generator. I meant, why is it here? Say nothing. Yeah, I'll joke back. With my fucking shot foot, you idiot. Why did I do that?
He nods approvingly. He even smiles.
I didn't lose health from that. I meant, why is it here?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
Books, mostly fantastique and historical fiction. Nice, sweet, fantastique. Physically fit. Dishes stained with sauce and fire. A survivor's kitchen. Hey, look, it's me! What? Another phone? Wait a second. Whoa. Phone glasses, phone glasses, phone glasses, phone glasses. Fuck. Come on, phone glasses. Don't I have phone glasses? Any phone glasses? That's the one thing I don't have. Phone tie, phone tie, phone tie. Damn it, phone tie. Nothing for glasses and neck. I got the shirt. Is that good? Oh shit.
Oh, glorious phone.
There we go!
Full set like a true born hero. The ultimate performance of phone flows in you.
I feel so dynamic. Hang on, I just realized something. Give me a second. I look so futuristic. It's like I can do anything. Anything. 3.
You are literally untouchable. A god among mere men. Go on. The fucking sunset awaits, phone rider.
I don't feel good about this, but we'll see how it goes.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
Someone has been squatting here. The linen is fresh, recently washed.
The lieutenant inspects the bed. How recently? Do you think whoever slept here is... There are signs that someone lives? 1.
A flash of pain interrupts you, making you wince instead of letting the words out.
Huh.
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
That sounds like a very bad idea. No time to rest now.
Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
You don't have to be a hero.
Later? What are we talking about?
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well organized.
Fifth of them.
Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures. Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp, light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
The lieutenant inspects the softcover. Does anything stand out as unusual?
Oh yes, under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature, published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Ouzia. It's not exactly light reading.
Look, Kim, powerful communist theory, rigorous and truthful. Look, Kim, deranged commie ranting. Look, Kim, downbeat dribble for people who can't get shit done. Look, Kim, a book, left wing. I have no comments. Do you? I saw a flyer or sticker or something on a telephone pole the other day that was like advertising communism. I can't remember exactly what it was. But I was considering contacting them if they had like local meetings or something to learn more about it, literally just for research for this game, because I have no idea what they're talking about. Whenever I could just look at the Wikipedia page or something, but it would just all go over my head. I need to be able to ask questions. I don't really care about learning about communism, honestly, or any of these worldviews. Not in any great detail or anything, but I would just like to have a better understanding of the story I'm absorbing here. And it's a very political story, and I'd like to have at least some understanding and appreciation for what they're talking about. And that, I thought maybe that would help. And especially because I'm streaming this game, I don't want to be like, oh, I don't know, whatever, anyway. Which is what I'm doing right now. I don't know what, I'm not picking any of these because I don't know enough about communism to make a stance. I mean, it seems better than capitalism. That's about it. That's as much of a take as I have. 4.
Ouzia. Humanitarian sciences. Stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Ravachol West anymore.
He enunciates the word diligently.
Wasn't there some in the communist students' room?
Probably. Do you think it was them? The killer? A student in the apartment building seemed to have some as well.
Well, yes. That one student did.
The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them.
Critical theory books. What do you think this means?
Again, I am not a philosopher, but whoever has lived here, they have some education and a certain set of interests.
Well, so that's not a joke, I guess. Like the other comment was. I don't know. Leave. Give me a moment. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm running in place. You have a fucking shot leg. Nice, sweet, fantastic. Physically fit. Me. I was trying to tag my food journal I found an account for Andy Cap's Fries on Twitter. They have one tweet from 2018 that says, "Happy Friday." That's it. And likes are private now, so I can't even. That sucks. You see candles planted on a broken rangefinder. A moth-bitten bedsheet keeps the wind out. What do we have here? Army surplus winter scarf. +2 empathy, -1 composure. Sounds worse. All the glasses have a negative buff. This is the only one with a +2 positive buff. So I'll wear the dorky glass. No, I don't. No, I'm gonna wear the shitty glasses. Whatever. One moment. Oh, that's right. There's handicap onion rings too. Alright, we'll rest.
The greasy old spring mattress.
The offer still stands. Take it. You don't look so good.
He says, looking out the pillbox window. Probably just because I fucking kicked something a minute ago. Maybe a little shut-eye. Just an hour. Go to sleep.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there.
Curl up with your knees close to your chest.
The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close. Until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening. Sleep.
Kim? Fuck. Oh! One other check I didn't do was asking the fisherman out. Whatever. God damn. Is this a dream? I can't look at anything. I think it's a dream. The lieutenant is no longer here. Go outside to the beach. What if I go outside here? I won't. Where did I come in? Jesus, that call, I got a call, it fucking scared me. Who would be calling me right now? Wrong number. Of course. I didn't come from this way. The door is still here, closed. Feels strange somehow. You can't get in. Where did I come from? I came from this way, right? What's going on? Maybe I have to go this way. But that's not where I came in, right? I hear a boat. Kim? What happened? What did I do? Go down to the chain. There's something there. What chain? Alright, I'm running around. Wait, I can't open my inventory. This has to be a dream. What the hell's going on? What chain? What is this? What? Oh. That's a chain. Walk into the water now. You see footprints on her. You see her footprints on the water. This is a dream. Oh, yes. Further, it's a dream.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism,
Oh.
internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry.
It's Video Rochelle.
Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking. But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go. Let her go. This is the Holy Queen of the territories of Mwindi and Insulinda. Think of the historic knowledge we could glean. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win her back. Win her back? How does that fit in here? And what is the Holy Suzerain doing here anyway?
What is happening at all? This isn't the person. This isn't like my ex, right? This is Dolores Day. I'm so confused. Hey.
Hey.
Hey? That's all I get. That's all I gave. How are you doing? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bothered you. Say nothing. 2.
I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
She nods hastily. I'm not doing very well. I'm dying. In a ruined flak tower. Blood is dripping down my chest. I'm in my head. I miss you. 3.
Well, I'm in my head too. We're all in our heads.
Do you miss me there? Okay, I'll go back into mine then. 1.
Sometimes. Not as often as I used to. So much time has passed. More than it seems here.
She stares at her feet. The zebra stripes in the intersection. The lights of the video rental glow in her hair. They don't look like they're on.
This is everything I always warned you about.
What are we talking about? Something is off.
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
She stops mid-sentence, glances to her right, then looks at her bag.
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions.
You don't have time to tend to my emotions.
She sighs and looks over her shoulder. What are you doing? Stop saying things like that.
You said it! No, empathy said it. Whatever. Where are you going?
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
What does this remind me of? I need to. This is gonna bother me. What does this remind me of? What have I watched recently? Huh. Dune. Maybe Dune. I don't know. I can't think of anything it might be besides Dune that it's reminding me of. Excuse me. What's in the bag?
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
I'm traveling next week. I better make sure to bring all that. Crown of immortality. Aren't you already wearing one? Not in their portrait.
Oh, this.
She corrects the wreath on her forehead.
This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder. Silence. Her nuptial gown flows in the wind, wraps around her holy body.
Anyway.
Your skin is holy and soft.
No, Harry.
She shakes her head.
It's just regular skin. I'm not as beautiful as you always thought I was. Let's not get into.
Oh, this is killing me. What does this remind me of? Oh my god, what does this remind me of? It's not Dune. I'm sorry, I know I'm not saying anything. It's just so bugging me. What does this remind me of? This dynamic almost. Oh my god, it's gonna kill me. Greg Universe and Rose Quartz. No, that's not it. It's that's the sort of thing I'm getting at anyway, but it's not that. I don't feel like I'm gonna figure it out. You are. None of the others are as beautiful as you. Yes, let's not. I'm sorry I said that. One.
She does not answer. There's that expression again. You have to say something.
All the stars burn in absolute silence. Have you ever realized? No, it's stupid. No. I don't want to say those stupid things. One.
The poetry thing is not going to help. It's only going to make things worse. I really have to go. I don't even know how you got here.
Got where?
I'm sorry. I'm foam. All I can do is foam. It's meaningless.
I'm so confused. I'm not gonna figure it out. I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm wasting so much time on this, but it's really bugging me. Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive epic showdown.
No, Harry.
She shakes her head sadly.
I don't want a massive epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really?
She looks at you plaintively.
We don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
What?
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
But that's not a very good way for things to be. I get the feeling you're not really Dolores Day. I know you still love me. Mwah. I've taken responsibility for my actions. Now, I'm a new man, weighty and normal. I bought you this figurine of a headless phone rider. Give it to her. But you said I have a vast soul and will always come back to it. Mass murderer! You're not even human. Don't go. One.
It's not. But
She looks at her feet. Still golden sandals cover her toes. Little golden sandals cover her toes. But what? Tell me there's something good. Tell me that you love me. That's it. I have some other questions for you. One.
I don't know why I said but. There is no but.
That's it.
That's it, yes.
She looks up from her
We've
toes.
talked about it a million times. You will get over it. Just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
I'm not getting over it at all. You're right, I don't even remember who you are anymore. Ha ha! Maybe. I think I've reached the end of the investigation. No. What? No. Better fucking not be. It can't be. One.
It just takes some time. For you, I think it will take something like 20 years, maybe? It was hard for me too, you know? I used to think I couldn't live without you.
She looks you straight in the eye. Her irises are light blue, flecked with green.
But I can.
She keeps her shoulders squared and her back straight. But it's clear, you're still making her sad.
20 years? That's so much time.
Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2.
Wow.
Phew.
She smiles and wipes her brow in relief. What the hell? See, you felt that way once? That you cannot live without me. God damn it, what is this? I'm just looking over lists of media I've seen. I don't know. Two.
Yes. But that time is gone now. So very gone.
Your innocence, Dolores Day. I'm sorry I made you sad.
It's okay.
It doesn't have to be like this. Maybe we could try again. Okay then, super okay. I still have other things I need to know. Five. Because
What other things?
I do.
We've been through all the things, Harry.
No. I get the feeling you're not really Dolores Day.
I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day?
She looks at you quizzically. It does not seem like a mystery she wants to get into. You're the X something. You're the morning. I've heard you before. You're the voice on the phone. You're just an evil ape. We're all just evil apes. On second thought, you're Dolores Day, Queen Regnant of the territories of Mundian and Celind, and nothing else. God. It's like the it's clear like deja vu. I don't even. God. I'm sorry. One.
Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch. I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
She keeps glancing over her shoulder nervously.
We all told you. Everyone warned you.
Whoever won.
Everyone. Literally all of you.
I should have stayed down. I should have gone even deeper, to a place where I never met you, because it's impossible to meet people in the abyss of the void. I'm glad we're having this conversation. I'm getting so much closure.
I'm glad too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
What?
You know what is impolite? Consigning a lieutenant detective of the Rivershore Citizens Militia to eternal damnation! Cool, your friends. Say hi to your friends with me then. This is so grotesque. Say nothing, just look at her. One.
I am impolite with you, Harry, because you are the past.
You are the pest.
Me and those friends will have good times together in the future.
The evening wind blows in. The gown wraps around her like a white flag. She says,
This is how human beings operate.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
Authority does seem to be wrong about a lot. You're the morning.
The morning? I don't understand.
No, I meant mourning. I'm grieving, but you're not even dead. It's probably better that you don't. One.
Oh my god, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the morning. Mourning someone who's still alive. Any of that. I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old, I'm 32. People my age are not supposed to mourn.
That's much younger than Harry, isn't it? Maybe this is the past? She breathes out and sounds more angry than a sigh. I've heard you before. You're the voice on the phone.
Oh, Harry, you shouldn't have done that.
She shakes her head very slowly, her white hair brushing her shoulders. Do what?
Call me like that.
You ruined it. There was still a chance. You should have waited longer. She would have called you instead.
I know, you would have called me yourself if I just let you. I was too impatient. It wasn't me, it was my hand. Raise your right hand. My fingers called you. Let's talk about something else. Two.
They shouldn't have. They really shouldn't. I was in Morova already. Safe. In the warmth of the night. and my future love. There, I think of you less and less.
That's where they're going
Whole
now,
weeks go by without me remembering you.
right?
Months already. Soon it will be years without the hurt. I sit there in Morova, in the holy gratitude of my bliss. I put my hand on my belly and smile.
The air gets cold around you. She looks down on her stomach, then up at you. Her eyes are full of tremendous distance and mystery. The death blow is coming. Black-eyed dogs wander the alleys. Apple trees hang their bony limbs low over the patchwork of roofs. Red and black. Revachol West, the evening sun. She's left and bloomed, far away from us, our vast soul.
Your name.
It's Dora. That's what the voice said on the phone.
Is it? Dora is short for Dolores. No, it can't be that. She's Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism. One.
Dubois, yes. Dora Dubois.
That's why I think of Dolores Day. Are you Dora Dubois? No, it can't be that. She's One? What?
Why what?
Are you Dora Dubois?
Oh no. No. We're not doing that again.
She shakes her head.
That was not the death blow yet. You saved yourself. For now. Keep stumbling around and it will happen.
What, it'll kill me? I'm not gonna evil ape. On second thought, you're Dolores Day, Queen Regnant of the territories of Mundi and Insolent, and nothing else.
Yes, Harry. I am. Things have gotten much better for me. Now that I am the ruler of the known world.
What?
Oh God, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
She pulls up the silvery sleeve of her gown to check the time.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
Is this lower now? I've taken responsibility for my actions now. I'm a new man, weighty and normal.
She doesn't know what to say.
I'm so fucking normal right now, you don't even know.
Yes, okay. I'm glad.
I mean, I'm a moralist. The other moralists almost took me away on their airship. I'm not a broken, insane man who can't live without you. I know I made mistakes, and I've taken full responsibility for all of them. So you can live with me again if you want to. I'm better now. You're right, I'm not normal. I'm shit. One.
It doesn't sound like you're better at all, Harry. It doesn't even sound like you're a moralist. It just sounds like you want to
She spreads her
win me
arms.
back or something. I don't want you to try that anymore, okay? It's too sad. I need to go.
Total annihilation. We got annihilated, Harry. It wasn't about responsibility at all. It was always only about you having no power at all. Over her, yourself, anything. That's why they didn't take you on that airship. You're insane without her.
Maybe I'm thinking of like a Midnight Burger type storyline. That's the only thing I can think of that. It's a podcast I was listening to recently. So maybe that feels recent enough. And oh. Maybe yes. Maybe Midnight Burger is what I'm thinking of. Specifically, season 3 has a. Yeah. Yes, Midnight Burger season 3 is what I'm thinking of. I think. That's the recent thing it's reminding me of, but I feel like that also reminded me of other things maybe, but not that weren't as recent. That whatever. But that's what yeah, Midnight Burger season 3 is what this was giving me vibes from, I guess, that character it centers around and stuff. I brought you this figurine of a headless phone rider.
I don't want it. It looks expensive. I don't want it.
That's a little figurine of the headless phone rider. I want you to have it. She doesn't take it. I thought you liked figurines. I thought the figurines were for getting you back.
That's not what figurines do, Harry.
But then the figurines don't do anything.
She looks at the headless found rider between your fingers and doesn't know what to say. The figurines don't do anything? Anything at all. But I thought the historic figure she had.
She liked war games and figurines.
Yes, I thought it would be good. A form of communication when words have failed. Yes, it was a good idea. But she felt obliged by the headless phone rider to give you things in return. Things she no longer wants to give you. So she refused. That's how it goes. Your figurine rider idea was naive.
What about dice? I had some custom dice made in this place, a doomed commercial area.
Harry, I don't want things. I want to go to the aerodrome.
Okay, I won't give you things then.
I didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything.
Achievement unlocked.
I would have liked the headless fallen rider.
Sorry.
Back then.
The figurines won't win her back. They do nothing. The figurines, they do nothing. But you said I have a vast soul and you'll always come back to me. Come back to it.
We both said a lot of things. We were very young.
It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender, long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things.
Actually, you didn't say it. You wrote it in a letter, a handwritten letter. I kept it in my paperwork.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters.
She brushes a strand of white hair out of her eye. Is this Dolores Day or not? I have it right here. Let me refresh your memory. Let's take a pause bitterly. Trip down memory lane. Start resetting. You know what I mean. You left me a letter saying you will always come back to me. That you can't believe how happy you are with me. I don't remember it, so yeah, sure, recite it.
Please, Harry. I just don't have time for this.
Take out the letter and read it. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows, until by the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me completely. I step on the light rail and look back. Something, Bill Collector. I know it'll be like this until I walk back to you. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it.
Okay, stop. Yes.
She surrenders.
Are you happy now?
No, I'm not happy. There's more. Cases. Being a police detective, I have performed a handwriting analysis on this, so I know it was you. 1.
Then why are you doing this?
2.
Very well.
She sighs.
I wrote it. It was morning. You slept. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left. On Voyager Road. It was autumn. The first autumn. But Harry, please understand. It was 1,000,000 years ago. No. It was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then. Filled to the brim with love for you. Hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I am no longer that person. This
She points to herself.
has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind.
Doesn't sound like that bad of a way to go.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
I was cool. Can't you turn back to the person you were? I can see her in you, under the gown and that wreath. One.
The coolest. With your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants. Smoking in the bus stop. I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you were. Some of it, at least. You were my first. My first kiss. My first time to have sex.
She closes her eyes.
The first and worst time I fell in love. I will always have that with me. It's a fact. But that is all it is. It's like a ticket stub, Harry. It doesn't do anything anymore.
A ticket stub.
Yes, let's talk about that too.
She nods.
Let's bring it up, the zoo. In Le Jardin, the day we went east of the river. To the aquarium first. I was sad about my mother. I don't even know why. The shimmer of the fish tank on my face. The octopuses. It was just a day then, but to think. Were we there now, you could touch my hair, kiss me. Talk to me about anything, go virtually anywhere.
She
in
shakes
the
her
world.
head.
Not like now. Now our interactions are limited to pain and regret.
Can't you turn back to the person you were? I can see her in you, underneath the gown and that wreath.
And my crown of immortality. No,
She shakes her head.
you scared her out of me. With your crying,
She stops.
the awful time we wound up having. And the cheap rental flats you could afford. Can't you see? I can never think you're cool again. I can only think that way about new people.
A cheap rental with mold on the walls and the tap dripping.
Cheap flats. So the rich man took you from me. It won't help anyway. One.
Yes, I have found someone. For whom I can feel the same. A copy of my love for you. Only this time he is careful and rich. He will not lose me.
Rich.
It will go somewhere. It will grow.
Your heart burns. Through the blackness you feel the treacle of blood on the mattress below you.
I am dreaming. What? Who could have known?
Harry, do you notice how none of this is very funny?
Yeah. Oh, this is very funny. Ha! Yes, you are the least funny part about me. What do you mean by grow? One.
Stop laughing like that, please. It's scary.
Sorry. Let's try that again.
And my can't you...
A cheap rental with mold.
Yes.
Your heart burns.
Harry, do you notice how...
You're the least
none
funny
of
part
this is
about
very-
me.
I hate being that. I don't want to be anything for you.
God.
I hope the decades it takes for you to get over me have already passed.
What now? What happens now? What is the next thing we talk about?
Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk
Ma-
about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, then you should let me go to the aerodrome.
She looks over her shoulder. Mass murderer, you're not even human. That would be for Dolores Day, which is they're not, right? It's Dora Dubois. Don't go. That might end it, so I'll do this because I have the option to. I don't want to do this. This seems bad to do. But it's a red check. And hi. So I'll do it. Was that green? It's a kiss goodbye. And I'm dreaming, so fuck it.
With your feet trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, you stand against her, her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you move your lips on her mouth.
Swagged out in fawn gear.
She is not kissing you back.
But I succeeded. I feel her breath, her cheek against mine, cold silver against my forehead. Squeeze her wrist, move your mouth. I'm not doing any of those things because I do not want to prolong this, so I'm gonna have to not see what any of this is. I shouldn't have done it. I don't know. No, whatever. Maybe Harry will learn something from this. You're not kissing me back.
The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours.
No, I'll move away first. It's fine. Move away, Harry.
Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held onto her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you.
You didn't kiss me back. Why didn't you kiss me back? That's it then. 1.
She breathes out heavily, as if something painful has passed through her, and shakes her head.
I thought you would. No, I didn't. I know you still love me. You can't not. I just needed to do that. I'm sorry. Say nothing, stand there like a useless dildo. The world should end now. Two.
She shakes her head one more time. The evening wind rustles her hair, blowing old newspapers and fast food wrappings down the street.
2.
Why did you do that to yourself? You know I don't cheat, Harry. I never cheated.
That's right, they have someone now, so yeah. That's it then.
No, Harry. Not yet. There is one more thing you have to see.
She slides her hands down her chest and onto her lower stomach and smiles.
I'm pregnant.
Is it mine? It's his, the man I heard on the phone. It's not mine. Swallow.
You know what this means.
1.
Of course not.
She looks down at her belly, then up into your old eyes.
I terminated yours. Don't you remember? You poor fuck. Poverty-stricken fuck.
What the fuck?
Now, go ahead. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else.
I thought we were done. She wipes her palms into the silk of her gown.
More questions. Ask more.
What? I don't have anything more. Don't go.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30.
Her fingers wrap
I'm
around the
gonna
bag,
go
the bag handle.
I was wrong. You don't have power over her anymore. You shouldn't have said that. I am wrong about everything. You should go on without me.
Not what it said. It says, "You have sworn a holy oath, Harry. She herself begged you not to let her go." Wait, can't we sit down and have a coffee first? There's a cafeteria on the corner. Hold on. What is there to do in Morova? But I swore I wouldn't let you go. You told me. You asked me to be this way. Okay, I understand. Not silently like a martyr. No, actually, wait. I need to see my list again. I'm sorry. Where's my list? Wait. 3.
That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and am happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
Time doesn't exist right now. No. Would we ever see each other again? 2.
I won't see you, but you will see me.
How can that be?
Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened?
She looks around.
A year? 2? 5 years ago?
How will I see you again then?
Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least.
Damn.
And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful. And young. And I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum. Like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness. After leaving you the first time. So long ago.
But this is intolerably bad. I like these. 1.
Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death, or war, or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry.
Are they making the stance that heartbreak is worse than war, death, and child molestation? Because I don't know about that. Or I guess they're just saying emotionally it feels like that in the moment.
See you tomorrow.
But heartbreak can come in the form of all those things as well. Different types of heartbreak. Heartbreak of loss, of trauma. Not that I would know about any of that stuff. Well, whatever.
You're up quick. How was your sleep?
Quick? That was a quick nap? Let's solve the fucking case, alright? Don't ask me about that shit. My sleep was deep and invigorating. Try to cover up the blood seeping out with your hands. Actually, it was total annihilation, Kim. Swallow the blood and conclude. Let's comb the entire island, centimeter by centimeter. That's the next step in the task chain. Just spit out the blood and get back to work. You're badass like that. 3.
I did not want to wake you. Perhaps I should have? Was it a job dream?
Your friends. No, an ex-wife dream. Yeah, about the job. Fuck it. 1.
The lieutenant nods solemnly. I understand. We've all been through similar things. It can be overcome.
5.
Okay.
He replies simply.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep.
Been there. We're pretty close now. This great blast door must weigh over 10 tons. Rust peels off. Is it double blast door? Oh, money? Oh, I mean, alright.
You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one. A heavy steel blast door. There is a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small.
What's on the other side?
Another part of the island, probably. The lock looks like it could still be usable.
Lieutenant looks into the keyhole. How do we open these?
Maybe this is one of the doors we don't open?
He looks at the door, then its bigger brother, then at the lock.
He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door.
You're right, we opened the big one. Do you see controls anywhere? I find us not opening it highly unlikely. Sure, you're right, we won't have to open it. 1.
I think there's a console just southeast. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan.
New task. He shuffles his feet to stay warm. Leave. What the fuck are these? Is this what they're talking about?
Green paint flicks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
Run your fingers across the keyboard.
The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
What is this then? Right, what's all these then?
The console of an antique computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out. They terminate here.
The lieutenant points to the wires running into the machine. Could this open the blast door?
Possibly.
He inspects the dials.
Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. It sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
This device was used to control the electronics in the room.
Yeah, that's what they just
It could
said.
open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer.
Maybe I should have kept the... Turn emergency open. Push light interior.
Nothing happens.
Slide radio dial.
The dial slides under the glass. Silently, you make out defunct stations on the UKV frequency. The words, Feld Insula, are written on the band. An idea lights up in your head.
Maybe we should contact Suna, the programmer lady. She could open the door for us remotely. No, it's too far-fetched.
You're right. You're not a circuit bender. You don't know about these things.
Turn emergency open.
We need to restore power before using this, officer. The generator.
He looks
didn't
upstairs.
indicate it was fuel in it.
Nothing happens.
We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
He looks into the dim light to his right.
The boat engine.
Oh, we could get some from the boat engine. Failing that, we could go back to the mainland and hang down and get some from under 1.
But officer,
He
then
looks-
we would have to swim back to the mainland.
He looks you in the eye.
Let's just look around, okay?
The consul stands by, mutely. Urgence ouvert reads a dial key. Allumé reads another. The frequency band says, radio, the dial, and I.
This is an air-gapped system. Of air, I think they call it. That won't work.
The lieutenant inspects the indicator. Are you sure? Okay. 1.
No, I'm not. But it would not be very good military technology if programmer ladies could control it remotely. Also, it's ancient, incompatible.
This hatch is jammed shut. Okay. What do I need money for now? A firing slit. You can't see inside. Hey, whoa, hang on. It must have been a direct hit to take out such a huge chunk. Open the blast door. This large blast door blocks your path forward. You have to get it open, maybe from the console if there's a button. Find fuel for the generator. Find fuel, then put it in the generator upstairs to power the console to open the door. There could be fuel on the island, tucked away somewhere. Explore, look around. The distant sound of cargo ships, signal horns echo on the water. Ice cracks under your feet. Be careful not to fall through. Yeah, you always say that.
a strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea, leave it all, and walk in with a bottle in your hand.
A bottle in my hand.
Always.
Why?
Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you, where it has always been, smelling of tutti frutti and betrayal.
But it's cold.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
Yes, please.
Oh, fuck, yes. Go there in your head. It's been days since you thought about her. A week.
Literally untrue.
No, we're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
Raise your sight.
In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
Shake your head. Chain? The winch is broken. Rust has eaten what remains of the chain. The pain in your pelvis makes you wince. Then you continue. Because I'm running. The inside of the fortress. You make out the console and the blast door. From like a hole in the roof. The depot that supplied this chain is long gone from the coast. Oh, fuel. Is it full? Oh, I still have the...
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
The lieutenant lowers his voice, stepping closer with his hand on his gun. Inspect the mattress.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Pick one out of the can.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Dio Mortieri.
Dio Madeiri, like the ones we found at Land's End, remember? I don't.
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important. This means the same person could have visited both locations.
What brand do you smoke, Kim? Hmm? He stares into the can for a second.
I didn't see any signs of smoking inside, though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Inspect the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Touch the concrete first.
Quite old and grimy, from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole in the concrete.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out.
Wouldn't be a very still shot if you're on like a mattress.
Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting. 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
On the left.
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
On the right.
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the whirling in rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10. The doomed commercial area.
And between the two.
The box-shaped silhouette of the whirling in rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop. Sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
Motherfucker. There it is. Can't be 100% certain, but 2.
Do you have a line of sight to the window?
More than that.
Kim, with a pair of binoculars, I'd be able to see inside the room. Yes, there's an opening between 33A and 10. I can see the roof. 1.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle?
He points.
You'd be prone, lying on a mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure.
He points to the makeshift bed.
Cheek against the cheek rest. Hand on the hair trigger. On a calm day like this.
Kim, I could make it. I could make the shot. I mean, I don't want to boast, but 1.
Good. I think we have it, detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
He pats you on the back. 3 small pats in a row.
Affirmative.
Finally! Better late than never. Why didn't we come here before? Booyah, master cop work. 3.
Why? We don't go everywhere in a 1,000-meter radius of the crime scene. That's not procedure.
Yeah, but we knew that this was one of the potential shots. I don't know why we had to wait until the fucking shit went down. You alright? 6 people are dead. We could have prevented it. That's right. That's right.
Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands or get them drunk.
It looks north over the fortification, then adds.
The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him.
We will make up for it. Here. I feel it.
Could the shooter still be here?
Where?
He looks behind his back. In Martinez. On this island. Right here. Pointing at the mattress. 2.
He does not answer. Just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says, he feels uncomfortable suddenly.
We should move now.
Turn away. Oh. What the fuck? What am I gonna do with all this money? Nothing. A weathered artillery map showing coordinates in the Bay of Revachol. An old medicine cabinet, newly stocked with rudamine. There's oil leaking in the bay. You feel eyes in your back. Someone's watching, but you can't say where. On my back? Maybe they are on the mattress.
There's a rain soak.
B triple prime.
Put your headphones on. We're gonna fall into another radio trap. I feel like the door is gonna lead to back on the island or something. No, that's well, that doesn't make sense. I don't know. No way to jump down here without breaking a few bones. Jump down. How do we get up here? Or is that where we came in? I don't know. Water rushes below, far down below.
The console is... This old cylindrical generator waits with its fuel cap open. Makeshift electrical wiring runs out of its...
Pour
side
fuel into
and
the tank.
across The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell.
So it was already full.
There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Pull the rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
That should do it.
A dim golden glow.
It's on. Turn emergency open.
Automatic boot. The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle, a dim ambient orange. The dial slides under an idea lights up in your...
This is an air-gapped system. We are better off looking for a mechanical solution.
All right,
If we
turn
need one.
emergency open.
The blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
Kim, ready your gun.
A sudden wave of anxiety makes your skin crawl.
True.
After you.
Yeah. Lieutenant gestures at the opening. Before, outside, when we were walking across the sand, I felt someone watching me. What's there? Point to the door. I'm scared. Let's go. 2.
I don't know.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
I felt someone watching me.
So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
I'm scared.
Don't be. I have a gun.
Me too. He takes out his sidearm, checks the barrel, then holsters it again. I also have a gun.
I know. It was not easy to acquire.
Well, you don't have to rub it in my face. Let's go. Ooh, a lot of skill points. I'm good. Yeah. Okay. Walk slow, it might be dangerous. Right? Ah, that's there. Wasn't supposed to show from outside. Or, oh, I see. A rubber dinghy. It's deflated, broken. Small white flowers blossom all around you. Oh shit! The flowers.
6 crumbling petals rest.
As I said,
The petals, water flows under the channel bridge. Dark water. You rub your sides for warmth, but there is none.
Stand still.
The feeling recedes.
I'm gonna upgrade Shivers. I can't! Keep I'm scared.
yes?
Fuck. Who the fuck is that? They have a gun? So casual, Kim.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Why does it look like they're wearing an Ebenezer Scrooge sleeping cap? Are you the fire guy? You raid, I'll say all these guys.
The what now?
He cups his ear.
I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell two kids to put out their fire? Two twins.
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy.
He shakes his head.
Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
They're kids. You've retained your eyesight.
My eyesight?
He clears his throat.
Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
A shudder of disgust passes his right side. His left side remains motionless.
Did you close the blast door?
I did.
He breathes out with a wheeze.
And you opened it. How?
I fueled the generator, then used the console.
I should have burned that console down.
He shakes his head. How did you know I was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music. Playing on the water.
He gestures north. Right.
Told you we shouldn't play sad FM.
Well, whatever. But you didn't say that, Kim.
I did.
I don't think you did. It was not rock and roll. It was sad FM.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness. A weapon of the bourgeoisie. The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate, hip gyrating, mental illness music.
Okay. Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice. It's a piece of shit.
He shrugs.
But it gets the job done.
Is that a Belle McGrave? What make of rifle is that exactly?
It's a 3-Angong 446.
That's not what we were looking for, right? Or is it?
A Samaran rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Signal commune. Military aid.
He pats the rifle.
It has stayed true to him. He can still make it sing.
The Signal commune?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk, white from the ball.
His gaze turns inward. Your weapon has stayed true to you. Mine has stayed true to me, too. Show him the gun in your hand. Sure.
Yes. I bet you've killed a lot of people with it.
His eyes narrow.
You fascist fuck.
And who have you killed? Hmm?
Have you come to make me one of them?
His grip on the rifle tightens.
We have come to ask you questions, nothing more.
The lieutenant puts his hand on his holster.
If you do not comply, we will take you in. Do you understand?
Another spitball lands in the ashes. That's all the answer he gives.
The danger levels here are hard to read. One moment he's a fire, the next a fire gone out.
Sir, I need you to put that gun. I need you to put down that gun so we can talk further. We're with the police. Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye. I'm with the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down. Not one move. I don't think they're gonna put it down, so let's say 8.
No.
Lieutenant aims his pistol square at the man's head and says,
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out
Kim.
before you question me.
There's a moment's silence.
To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway.
The fuck, Kim?
It's out of bullets.
The old man lays the rifle down carelessly, then looks at it lying there.
He stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound. A strange sadness, like a song.
What did you say?
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present.
The present?
The present to be afraid and cold.
The old man pulls back the hood of his plastic cape and looks up into the sky. It's blue-gray, the same color as the sea. Those words, the future teaches you. Pick up the gun lying in the sand. Who are you? What have you been using this gun for? 1.
Real music. Real brilliant cult.
He nods.
That's La Revacholière, not your rock and roll misanthropy. Chanson de soldat of the black and whites.
Is this that DJ we're looking for? Probably not.
You need to address that remark.
I'm not a misanthrope. I'm a half-dead police officer who's just doing his job. That is Le Revacholière. 1.
The job of a shitlicker.
What is Le Revacholière?
It is the anthem of the world revolution.
His eyes remain
One
fixed
of 3.
on the sky.
In Grad, they sang brave children, favorites of history. And in Sinyao, it was some Samaran shit, I guess.
Le Revacholière. I've heard that name somewhere else. In a dream.
Everyone has. They named a fucking perfume after it.
No, that's not it. I've talked to her. Yes, must have been that. 1.
Talk to her.
He raises his bushy brow and looks down from the sky, straight into your bloodshot eye. Yes, I get these cold spells. Yes, in the church. Point southwest. I think we have serious things to talk about. 1.
It's the drugs you're all on. Druggies, whiners, and whores.
He closes his eyes in disgust.
All around you, the air slowly circulates the islet, carrying little swallows and black-beaked seagulls in its slow drift. They all, every one of them, every bird, mammal, and crustacean,
What?
keep their distance.
How does it go, the song?
How did it go?
He looks at his gun on the ground and shakes his head slowly.
Something about shooting rabbits. I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's gone now.
Pick up the gun lying in the sand.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stopped and patched in places with
Inspect it closer.
The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangle, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
This is it, right? It's as he said. It's a triangle. It's a triangle made in Sinyao.
No one said it has to be Belmagrave. We were just guessing.
Lieutenant does not take his eyes off the old man.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a triangle, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition. And it does.
Yes, this uses jacketed ammunition, 4.46.
The right type and the right calibre.
Lieutenant nods, glancing at the gun.
He's liking this.
Don't get too excited, Kim. Stow the gun.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. Some kind of involuntary response. Something is slightly off with his motor rings. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession in time.
Who are you?
My name
He looks
is
across.
Joseph Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol.
He looks across the water, then back at you.
I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and dull.
The commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? Your holdover from the...
The lieutenant forgets to close his mouth.
From the Insular Indian Citizens Militia, the Army of the Revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
You've been on this island for 43 years.
No,
He looks into the fire.
I've been on other islands too.
A wisp of smoke rises from somewhere between the charred logs.
I was in a resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was
He thinks.
22 years ago.
Again, you've been hiding here for 43 years.
43 years and 10 months.
That's insane. That's steadfast. I don't even know what that is. 1.
It's not how a human being should live. But I had to.
He grimaces, clearly in pain.
Just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't.
You couldn't give up.
He nods. But he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
He looks across the water.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. 2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite Officer Jean-Vic Mayer in inspects a series of burnt black letters splashed across the plaza mosaic.
They're back.
Patrol Officer Judith Minnow points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smoldering. One day,
It says, oh,
I will return to your side.
Always waiting.
the old man turns his eyes from the shore and back to you. For what?
For her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution.
Girl child revolution.
Always.
I'm afraid she's gone.
The material base for an uprising has eroded.
He nods and
The
blinks.
working class has betrayed mankind and themselves.
Blinks his black eyes.
The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
What has he done? Perhaps a confession will lighten the load.
What have you done then?
Yes, what? To get things going again? Fan the flame?
Lieutenant steps closer.
There is no flame to fan. There is nothing left of the world, of our dreams.
You said you deserted your unit.
I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith
He clears his throat.
and of courage too.
Lapse of faith?
You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took
For what?
for reaction to take hold.
What's reaction?
Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men.
It wasn't reaction, you were just afraid.
It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid.
Not really sure what we're talking about.
And this was when?
Lieutenant instinctively looks to his notebook, but does not take it out.
May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago.
He looks north.
The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds. Storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic.
Dark magic?
The combined might of international capital. All at once, all the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower,
He gestures towards it.
huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room.
He looks east.
A terrible shame, still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. The shame and smallness of what he became.
You didn't go to the map room.
No. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland, in the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse, frightened at the ordnance all night, and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring.
He looks at the sky. What was that?
Airships. I climbed out.
He closes his
into
eyes.
Hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered.
I guess there was a fortress accident.
They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction, I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality.
He opens his eyes and stares right through you. It's interesting they say the eyesight is still perfect, free of cataracts. Because it doesn't look like that in the portrait. They look like white.
Some kind of great terror, worse than you've ever seen.
Seen what?
The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world.
He's silent for a second.
You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know.
What?
That the bourgeois are not human.
You've lost your mind. I've always suspected the same. That's definitely enough now. Say nothing, let him finish.
I had to fight it. I had to never stop.
The old man falls silent. His black eyes keep piercing your skin. They look white. His black eyes keep piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly, retreating from it. What is this place? This island?
It's not an island. What? It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
He looks around. What was it used for?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
You mean the landing, retaking of Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
Caillou? First, I'm not one of them. Coalition military. Someone who's come to end this madness. Murderers. I know what you mean. Tell me something. At one.
Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow?
Coalition military.
Iblis.
He shakes his head. Iblis?
The black-eyed angel.
He nods.
Shaitan Ahura, the darkened one.
How have you survived all this time?
How does anyone survive? I steal.
He looks at his worn running shoes.
Now hold on there.
That's a choice. You could have become self-employed. Create the system. What do you steal?
Supplies, vegetables.
He winces.
I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
He coughs once more, then puts his hand on his belly.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail. Good for his age. More like 75 than 65.
Yeah.
Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
A droll smile stretches across his mouth.
We also have Druamine.
We have Druamine and other opioid-based painkillers. You must be in pain. This is a serious situation. You need to be looked over and we can do it. Have you coped mentally? How have you coped mentally? One.
I have been running out of that stuff.
A light goes on in his eyes. He smacks his lips. You need to be looked over and we can do it.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
I think I've taken some of their Duramin. How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
His eyes roll into his skull and back.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
Not appreciatively. I also live in hell. I too live in hell. I too have holes in my brain. Eunice, the lieutenant, is about to say something. No, I'm gonna cut him off. 1.
At least you know it.
He nods towards Martinez.
The traders of this city turned the lights back on in the 30s, after the fighting stopped. Ruins, glittering in the dark like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
He looks down at his shoes, his face parched from the sun and the wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
How have you concealed yourself all these years?
It was hard in the tens.
He shakes his head.
I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds.
He closes his eyes.
Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust.
He looks south.
But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them.
He shakes his head.
Soon they all went silent. The frequency's dead.
How did they get you? How did you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy.
He nods towards the deflated tire
After dark,
in
then.
the reeds.
When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker.
He nods.
Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. I just...
He falls silent, his gaze fixed on the shacks huddled together across the water. Why don't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
The weapons cache under St. Ghislaine 22B. Point to it. In the basement. Have you been there?
So you finally found it.
He looks at
There
you.
must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
Then pulls the raincoat tied around his neck. They were. They were damaged beyond use.
I know.
So you've been there?
Sleeping.
He coughs.
Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
I don't. There's a small bunker under the field building. Have you stayed there?
The propaganda bunker.
He coughs.
I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
Killed themselves.
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
He stares at the ruins of the Feld building. One more question. Do you smoke dairy cigarettes?
I do.
He coughs. Ever smoke them on the mainland?
They're good.
He nods.
Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
Tell me another thing.
The old man looks across the water at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it.
You said this is your termless surrender.
You're with the RCM.
He waves in your general direction.
Coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
We're not coalition approved. We just try to help people. That's right. We're with the good guys. We enforce the law. We keep these animals from killing each other. I know what it looks like, but I have secret plans to turn the RCM into a Mazovian revolutionary unit. We're with the RCM. Let's leave it at that. Three.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International. The enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste dans ce land.
He stares at the embers, then into your eyes.
Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
His hands shake and he breaks into a coughing fit.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit.
So you're a communist soldier from the communist army?
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
But you said you were trained and assigned to the defense corps.
Trained
He
in
nods.
historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something.
Wait, what does a political commissar do?
The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs.
His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the commune.
The lieutenant says softly.
Scientific communism. A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution, a future human.
The tracksuit-clad old man is suddenly reanimated.
Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology. He was like a cleric, a shepherd.
So you were like a priest?
No,
He shakes his head.
the opposite of that. A future human, not a human of the past.
That means you're a trained communist, right?
He nods slowly. Then another tremor.
Point to yourself. I'm also a communist. I'm a nationalist, by the way. By the way, I'm a fascist. Point to yourself. I'm a moralist. I'm a revolutionary too. Today the real revolutionizing is done by entrepreneurs. I'm not really into politics myself. Say nothing. I'll say 6, because I still don't really understand what any of this stuff means.
You're inert lumpen with a gun.
Fair.
Detective, we have not come here to discuss ideology.
Lieutenant gives you a stern look. I'm not trying to discuss it.
We have come to ask questions regarding a murder investigation.
I'm doing that.
The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes his lower body.
I have another serious question for you.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
What have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Here we go. A trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting.
Lieutenant
During
nods.
or after the war?
There is no after the war.
He shakes his head and smiles.
Class war is never over.
His teeth rotten black.
So he's continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Okay. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while.
But what?
This is what you live for. This is the shit. The great serotonin jackpot. The solution. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal.
So you're saying after you killed people... So you're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped? Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Cornell? I know you won't to tell me. Have you killed anyone with this gun in the last week or two? Wait, so which one do I say then?
Nothing comes to you. Silence.
Oh shit.
His black eyes look at you, and in them a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull.
What?
All is not as it seems.
That's what I thought.
Detective.
Lieutenant turns to you with well-disguised impatience. 3.
I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
1.
What did I just say?
He keeps shaking his head erratically. Suddenly, he brushes something out of his eye.
What did I just tell you? Don't drop the ball now.
What the fuck? 2.
The who now?
He leans in and cups his ear.
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
The corpse in ceramic armor hanging behind the welling rags. Did you shoot it? The fascist death squad who took a bullet in the on the night of March 4th. In the mouth. His name was Ellis Cortinaire. He was part of a security detail here in Martinez. A beautiful, strong man sent here by the Honorable Private Military Company Cornell. You know who I mean. Let's see, say it again. Colonel of the Security Contractor Cornell. Uh, 3.
Oh, yes. That one.
He looks up at the sky and clacks his tongue.
Ugly piece of work, that boy.
Did you kill him?
The lieutenant takes a sudden step toward him.
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol.
He spits a big one at the lieutenant's feet.
I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Extract a confession from the deserter. You need at least 3 examples of proof to show that you have him anyway. There is a little point in his resistance, but all is not as it seems. I don't think they did kill him. It feels anticlimactic. Locate a working firearm. I did that.
Tear into him. Pile it on him. Everything you got on him. The more, the better. The gun. The murder weapon is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
I don't need your cooperation. I've got this. Show him the triangle on 446. We've done the ballistics. Pointing at the tower. The shot came from this island. Come on, what am I forgetting? Hit yourself on the side of the head. Okay, let's back off for another time. 3.
Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells
That's what I thought.
Clausia's roof.
Oh, yes.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war.
That's what I thought. I literally thought that a second ago.
Nowhere
I didn't
else,
say it.
Nowhere
Did I?
in all of Martinez have you seen them this spring. Wait, don't forget the footprints. diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Classia's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up.
Of course. Thank you, Head. Thank you.
You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul.
This doesn't feel right. There were Maybells behind the victim's window. Showed him the dried flower.
Damn Maybell.
He looks at the blossoming field behind you.
The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly, nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year, too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez, only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilize them with our blood.
He looks to the water.
Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
Pinball workshops. The lieutenant's voice is soft, friendly.
I may.
A curious tremor passes his face. A young woman called Glacia. Ring any bells? These dried flowers are behind her window.
Glacier.
He knows her, but hadn't heard the name.
Yes, Glacia. You hadn't heard her name, had you?
My ears don't reach the city.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim.
He turns his sight from the whitening field of flowers and falls silent. Then the muscles in his jaw twitch, a spasm.
Almost, but you need one more. Just one. Or maybe two.
I wonder what brand of boots you're wearing.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa.
He looks at his running shoes,
Some shit.
covered in mud.
Show me the soles, please, Mr. Doras.
Fucking imbecile.
The old man stretches out his leg. A black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of the worn-out old running shoes on his feet.
The maker is called Sansarique, and the size is 42 to 44. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
The lieutenant comes to the same conclusion. Wait, maybe it's simpler than that.
Simpler? No.
Fuck!
This is another loose thread you will never connect.
Ugh! Goddamn footprints everywhere, I hate them!
The lieutenant raises his brow. What are you doing? He's thinking. We almost got him here. Not now. Stop yourself.
People change shoes, detective.
He turns to the old man.
It was you. You were there, weren't you? Crawling in a whirling rags. What were you doing?
He leans
Some kind of
closer.
reconnaissance? Preparing the scene? Listening in on her?
Trying to rack your brain.
He squinted at him, eyes gleaming with hatred.
Desperate to report something back to your masters. They must have really loved that dead fuck.
The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance. More. He's gonna crack. But you need a little more.
I don't need your cooperation, I've got this. Show him the Triangle 446.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun.
He points to your sidearm.
Not like your little musketeer pistol. I've seen you prance around with that. Jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons, eh?
He chortles.
Going against automatic rifles with a flame bomb. Of course you got all those boys killed.
saw that.
Damn, he saw
Yeah.
you. He's watched it happen.
Yeah.
So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
We saved a lot of them. Elaine, and that musician, we handled it. Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon. Point to it. Okay, then. 2.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
Lieutenant looks at the weapon demonstratively. Dramatically ask, You think we have the murder weapon?
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range.
He
We
lists.
have it. This is it.
I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon. This feels wrong. The lieutenant takes out his notebook and draws a single line.
This feels good, doesn't it?
No.
Tying things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Okay, maybe it is the weapon, but I don't, this doesn't feel right.
Murder.
The old man does not say more. He just glances into the reeds and then twitches once more.
Like a marionette on some invisible string.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
He suddenly jerks to life. He was a rapist. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it. He was a killer, but he was still under the protection of the law. He was a soldier too. He was a man. 2.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy.
He breathes in with
You
strange
hounds get so thorough when
animation.
a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention.
He looks you dead in the eye.
Now you stop eating druggies and prostitutes in your basement.
Pupils shaking.
Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
He breathes through flared nostrils. So you killed him. So you shot him. 1.
Oh, the inhumanity.
He closes his black eyes.
One paramilitary less in Revachol.
You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His fists begin to tremble from the anger.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling.
Just nod. Hold your breath. How did you... 2.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them. In phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
He begins to smile.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death. And that stupid look on his face.
The smile quivers.
And his dick still in her.
Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white. Or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
The lieutenant asks after a second of silence.
Yes.
A single word is all he gives.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
The lieutenant takes out his notebook slowly. Very slowly.
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
He shrugs, then smacks his lips.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
He turns to you. Why were you looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
He cocks his head to the side, then turns his eyes to the city. Another tremor passes his right side, lower in intensity.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle?
He explains.
I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
Helps him see all the shit.
And if you don't like it?
Click.
if it's part of the shit you see.
Then you pull the trigger?
Yes.
He looks the lieutenant in his eye.
Think of it as a form of critique.
He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it. You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift. Start with when he first saw him. It will give him a chance to rest.
When did you first see the deceased?
3 weeks ago, when the rich hag came in on her galley. Her honor guard came in tow.
Rich hag? By that you mean Joyce Messier, the Wild Pines rep. 1.
Wrinkled up whore.
He nods. Oh, good strong word. I use it often myself. What is with these holes and pitterists? Aren't you a communist? Moving on, the victim arrives sometime after her. 2.
Black sexual morals are a bourgeois ploy.
He gargles a spitball.
As to pederasty, the party legalized it in '04. My party, not your liberal masters.
He spits it out on the dying coals.
So don't you sermonize me, you racist shithole. It's still bourgeois when the bourgeois does it, fiddling with their sexual organs.
He adds.
Some strange glandular process takes place in him at the thought, like yeast rising. And anger too, in addition to loneliness.
Lieutenant coughs. Moving on.
They moved into a deserted apartment above the roundabout.
He nods towards the city.
Radio equipment out for all to see. Reactionary radio playing. Sloppy, drunk. I've seen their kind during the landing. Those Occidental and messed phalangs weren't conscripts. Boys like us. They were whites. All they know is to destroy and hurt.
Whites?
Barely alive. They like to kill while they're on their drugs. After the landing, in the burning years, I would take shots at them. End them. The worst one, if I had a bullet to spare. I could see they've returned now to show their real face. The face they don't dare show their bourgeois voters back on Mundi with their families and polyester clothes.
I don't like this, for the record. I feel like this is very anticlimactic. I guess maybe that's the point. I've sunk over 100 hours into this game, man. I want a satisfying conclusion, and this is not it. What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder?
Them. Fucking.
He
I
looks-
didn't like that.
He looks at the charred wood. Okay, Jason. So you were jealous.
Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted to see his head explode.
He nods.
That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head.
He squints.
Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But
He shrugs.
you can't have everything.
This man has seen past her, like you did. And now he longs to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
How long had you been watching her? You wanted to punish her, so you killed him. You had feelings for that woman, too.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
He shakes his head and stares at the ashes.
You stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leaf, airport bag in hand, silks flowing in her wake.
Dream. This has nothing to do with that. But I am curious.
See you tomorrow, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air, burning.
You saw through her, so did I. What? She did deserve a good punishing. I hate women too, you know. I'm not like that. I don't think like that. Men are insane. Say nothing.
The old man raises his gaze. Something glimmers in the corner of his black eye. A bitter taste on his tongue.
How long had you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
You took their papers.
Past the Fell building on the coast. What was she doing there?
Hiding the papers.
Hiding something
Yeah.
in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
You mean she had a...
And beautiful.
And beautiful. Sure.
That, too.
He nods.
How could you see what she looked like? You said it was dark.
The sun came up. Her hair was like cobwebs. She smoked more fags and snorted a line of whatever shit she was on right there. She needed it just to move.
He shakes his head. What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers,
He coughs.
and from there to Cachet Brut.
This is the hidden buoy she told us about. You looked into it?
After she was gone,
He nods.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty.
no. Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
A little inconsistency. He was surprised to hear her name, Clausia, before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
Are you sure? We checked the submersible. There was nothing there. You saw her name on the passport, but before, when I said her name, his class, you didn't seem to recognize it.
You didn't say Clausia in there.
He shakes his head. Oh. Right. What did it say her name was in the passport?
It was something.
He stutters.
I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo.
Are you sure? We checked the submersible. There was nothing there.
Why would I need that trash?
He looks to the reeds,
I'm not
confused.
going to Villiers.
Moving on. Did you continue watching her after this?
I did.
He almost smiles.
She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks, and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too.
He
A
nods.
spook, on the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
He's setting it up for you. The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
And you can see her bruises through the scope of a rifle?
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
How does he know those minute details about her body?
It quickly comes to you.
The bruises on her body. But the bruises on her body. Any chance you've seen them through a hole in the wall? Ever see her through a window on a roof? No. One.
Oh, yes.
He smacks his lips.
Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Everything in him fills with impossible longing, all at once.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
Good for listening in, too, for hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Ever see her through a window on a roof?
Like that, too? Yes.
He nods.
Bending like a bow against the glass.
What window? You've been through the secret route behind the whirling rags. Those were your footprints there. You just changed your shoes.
I've been through all of Martinez. Every nook and cranny.
And that, too.
Yes, that, too.
He shakes his head
The
almost in
things
awe.
they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good.
He explains.
Funny, the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
He keeps shaking his head.
You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. A quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop.
Then at the man.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
He points towards toward the whirling rags.
Andy found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window.
You had feelings for that woman. He sighs.
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there.
He looks to the city.
It's weakness, I know.
There have been others.
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Was that why you left the dried flowers behind her window?
No.
He starts to shake his head again, a sunflower on a withered stalk. Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was that? When was this?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her Maybells.
Yes.
He looks at the charred
I don't know
logs.
why I do the things I do anymore.
It's as if something put the thought there, to leave the flowers.
You wanted to console her. You wanted to manipulate her. Something put the thought in you, a compulsion.
What do you mean, put?
He raises his eyes. They're round and wide. They don't look at.
A brief flash of terror.
I just got this feeling from what you said. Do you agree?
Maybe.
He lowers his head
I
and
told
just
you. I have holes in my brain now.
stares at the logs.
I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you.
Maybe this is meant to be like a glimpse at a sort of a mirror of like a potential future for Harry. I don't know.
A sudden pang of rage.
What?
If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed
He
you.
wipes his eye.
In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
So in conclusion, it wasn't about him. It was about her.
Her.
He repeats, staring at the ashes, then the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eye.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier?
The old man
I
looks at
haven't
you.
seen her there for days.
She got away. We don't know where she is. She got away, but she let us here first. She figured out someone was watching her from the seafort. We arrested her. I am not at liberty to say. 2.
Gone. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew.
He looks to the city and nods and sighs.
She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right into me.
He adds to no one in particular.
It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lucerne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
Look north.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far south. Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Streetlights, towers, tenements, and water, and across it, a dark strip of ruins, barely visible, if she didn't squint her eyes. There, on a dilapidated jetty, in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a seafort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the Commune, then lost in the landing. He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstein is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where? His voice trails off as the 3 walk down the jetty.
The 3. Oh, 1 special consultant.
As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
Who's the consultant?
We could get more. We've got him talking.
Lieutenant uses the opportunity to tell you in a lowered voice.
Who knows what he's seen and done over the years? You could get more out of him. He likes talking.
Been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy.
He shakes to life.
Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
Detest pushes the cobwebs out of his eyes. Pushes the melancholy aside. He relishes it.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez...
He shakes his head in grave disgust.
Martinez is the worst.
How come?
Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do. In
You
the
used a
whole
slur
world.
earlier.
Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries.
He points inland.
Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare?
Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
Let him finish, do not interrupt.
Not since the serfs of ancient Pericarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals. Like
points to
those
the church.
boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
He keeps shaking his head with sorrow for the sight he missed. That old?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Koyamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children.
Say nothing.
That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt Frisell is now dead.
Now I have some questions about these.
We did good when we pushed him under the horse car. Until, in the 30s, those disco whores...
Oh, don't badmouth Disco! He breathes in his breath heavy with hatred. You cannot make out a single word.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people. Might be worth investigating. Ask about that cock on parade too. Make sure you get everything here.
Disco whores?
Whores.
Is all he says. Even that word has to be pushed through his teeth with great force. The rage seethes too hard. There was something about the statue on the roundabout and syphilis.
Syphilis is a disease Philip III contracted in a whorehouse.
He fires quickly.
The statue is an abomination.
Abomination.
The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocainum, and monuments of himself. His son, Philip IV, the insane, contracted syphilis in the womb.
He breathes in with a wheeze of hatred.
And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. We lost 2 million lives toppling that mode of government. Those grotesque statues, too. Hundreds of them.
But it's still there.
What a keen remark.
He sputters.
Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why?
Because you forgot to take it down. Because the king is holy and the statues are indestructible. Say, because the king is holy and his statues are indestructible, but mean it ironically. Because cynical advertising uppies erected a deconstructed version of it. I don't know.
I do. Some advertising cockroaches use their accumulated capital to erect a new, ironic version of it. We tore it down with honest, working-class plastic explosives. But there it is again, grinning.
He shakes his head in disgust.
Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity. Every gallery should be bulldozed, and the artists should all be given 30 years of hard labor in Yekokata.
Okay.
Wait, the bullet hole in Philippe's heart. The statue had been shot. That was him. It had to be.
Does it matter?
He's already proven capable of taking a far more complicated shot from here.
It was you. You shot the statue. There was a bullet hole in his heart.
I did.
He nods.
A needless, sentimental gesture. I should have spared the bullet for a deformed monster of liberal capitalism. Shameful, really.
Yes, shameful.
Lieutenant, take
So
a quick
many
note.
others to punish over the years. Isn't that right, detective?
He turns to you. That's it for the statue then? Tell me, Mr. Rolls.
The fat union man let them put it there. Corrupt as he is.
Okay.
Probably got a fat check for it too. Shared with the law.
Accusations of corruption. Push them aside with a sharp change of topic, officer. Put the heat on him. He keeps having opinions about the union's leadership.
You mentioned the Union is social democratic, and Mr. Clare of Farce was a social democrat.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
He pokes at the ash. With what? Who's a disappointment? Everard Clare?
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
Edgar.
You mean Edgar, Everard's brother? The old man chortles with a nod.
He talks a big game about uprising and social base. They must have sent the smart one to some university in Le Jardin, where it's alienation this and hegemony that.
He's been sweet-talked by this Edgar. They must have met in person for such animosity to have developed.
We're not the first people you've met from the city, are we?
You can't live alone.
He stopped poking at the ash now, just shakes his head. Looks like it's died down more, maybe?
The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time.
No.
Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to. Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him.
Have you approached them?
I haven't approached anyone. I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf.
He nods to you.
He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains.
He points to the path leading to the tower.
Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
He shrugs. When was this?
20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clares came to power.
What did you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzoff. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzoff.
He suddenly remembers.
Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
And he let you be here.
Let me be here.
He looks around.
The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
Mr. Dross, did you kill the Cornell mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot?
You know why I killed that fucker, Dwat.
He shakes his head.
As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marzovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
What was the deal between him and Edgar?
The connection comes to you like a splash of cold water. Dark, cold water.
20 years ago when you met Edgar, the Clares didn't run the Union, did they? A sputter from the old man.
He acknowledges it. Here we go. A twist behind the dark then.
It's a little more interesting. Who did?
That bourgeois cow. Tiffin Holly was her name.
He narrows his eyes.
Licked the rich man's hand every time he came to town. Never seen a labor leader so hot on mutual cooperation. And money. She liked that too. That Holly was a real bridge builder.
His
and a
eyes.
deal maker.
Oh. His eyes glisten suddenly with hatred.
Bordering on sentimentality, it drips out of him, tempered by something familiar to you. A familiar rage.
She was also a woman, wasn't she? Like that class, yeah.
She was. And she was real soft on those money men. Had a Barbara Muscova bag over her shoulder that she liked to bring to work.
And then she just disappeared.
Called in, they say. On the eve of battle. Ran away. Vanished like a piss stain.
He squints and smiles at the black logs. I'd completely forgotten about this.
No, that's not quite it, is it?
Did she? They say her daughter called in, not her personally. But that wasn't really her daughter, was it?
Lieutenant feels it too in his black gaze.
No, I guess it was not.
You could swear you see the embers glow again under his eyes on the dust. Edgar had someone make the call. Why is that, Mr. Droz?
She couldn't make the call herself.
Here it is, the bend in the river.
Why?
Because she was dead.
Say nothing.
The cow caught a bullet in her right lung. Fell into the canal grasping her tit and drowned. Or bled? Hard to say. It was a sloppy job. And a moving target. She was going home, waddling, dressed in yellow, drunk like she often was. The ruins are black around her, and she had a yellow leather bag under her arm. She tried to cross the canal, heading home to Grand Couronne or Betancourt, someplace like that, where they build those new bâtiments for the people who flourish in the hell around her. And the ruins.
You killed her. You shot her. It was you. Make a motion like shooting a rifle. Two.
Someone shot her.
He shrugs.
Or maybe the cow just fell. My memory is full of holes. All I know is...
His eyes grow cold suddenly.
Another big spike of rage. Different from the one he has for her.
Nothing changed. Not in the material base. Not in the hegemony. There was no uprising. Just words. The Union fizzled. Sogged. Nothing came of it. Nothing.
Edgar didn't keep his part of the deal.
A sputter again. Nothing more.
If you were to testify to this, give the RCM something on Edgar, you could walk.
Lieutenant says in a voice even calmer, as if it were nothing at all.
We would strike everything you've done and process you as a POW. You were in a war. You were on assignment. We could even extradite you to the Samaran People's Republic.
I don't think they would care about any of that.
A degenerate worker state. Goat shit. No, thank you. I'm Revacholian.
He spits.
My days are short. I will rot away here. In a moral intern cell. I will not testify to anything.
He coughs. Okay, then that's that. Point of your head. But I know. But you did do it.
I saw it happen, and I liked it. That's all I have to say. I didn't live and fight for 40 years to end up as a collaborationist. I've heard it on Channel 8, 40 AM, Radio Revachol, late night.
But you are.
Everyone is a blobber in this world. Everyone betrays everyone. They're all already locked up for betrayal. The best ones, the ones with heart, were slaughtered, trampled.
He looks to the city.
The same old freezing hatred. There is plenty here to work with once he's in custody, and the lieutenant knows it. He gives you a little nod to proceed.
By the cock parading in his colorful uniform, you mean Renee?
Every fucking morning for 34 years.
He grinds his teeth in rage.
Ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack.
He makes the
across
sound
the
of
water
balls
each
connecting.
day. And that uniform, like a parrot's plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A patank maniac race traitor.
Just nod. Now I don't know about. Whoa, whoa. Let's back off before you get too agitated. 1.
I remember him.
He points to his black
remember
eye.
him from La Noce. Not him personally, his make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one.
With his shaky finger, he points to the city, towards the crater near the plaza where a lonely pine tree stands.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
There's no one there.
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant.
He does not hear you.
Just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Truss. Shoot me.
A grin stretches across his face, and he says very softly,
He whispers with such predatory hunger. It borders on longing.
"You'd like to kill him. Let's definitely back off now. Calm down." 1.
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals,
The smile
right in
lingers.
his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bonbon melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later.
The lieutenant asks cheerfully.
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Rene. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel
He lets out a wistful sigh.
better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him.
The lines on his face straighten as he looks
Haven't
inland.
seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
Renee is dead. He died of old age a couple of days ago. Bad arthritis, yes. He's not playing this week. Anyway, tell me something else, Mr. Dross. Yeah, I'm not gonna... I would like to see their reaction, but
Yes, of course.
he mutters to himself.
Must be past your kidney stone. I hope it's excruciating. At least it keeps him from throwing his balls.
You keep deluding yourself.
He seems relieved. Could he have been worried for him? He reminds him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of another thing, but no. It's just the hatred.
Yeah, about that,
Yes.
Renee.
Where is he?
He tenses up.
I hope he doesn't have debilitating arthritis. Or kidney stones. He can still come out to play with balls and get shot in the head, right?
Oh my God. He's even worried for him. He was worried for him. He reminds him of himself.
I'm glad we
The
talked
same
about this.
hatred.
Now,
Glad. It's all gone.
I want to ask about the people you don't like.
His lip curls into
No.
a sneer at the memory.
Glad. It's all gone.
Assess his body language, I guess.
For a 60-year-old man with stomach trouble, who spent his entire life alone on an uninhabited island, he seems surprisingly fit.
That's it?
He's prone to erratic hand gestures and clearly malnourished. But that's it. You can see no more by looking at his slouched frame. The moment passes, and you say, his lip curls into a sneer at the memory.
Glad. It's all gone.
His lip curls into a sneer at the memory.
Says his body
It's all
language.
gone.
Aside from the rare, erratic
Oh,
hand
man.
gesture, smacking his lips and despondently staring into the fire, you can only... His lip curls into a snare at the memory.
Glad.
Assess his body
It's
language.
all gone.
What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the comfort, or the malnutrition. It's precisely what you could not see before. For a man who spent 44 years in the urban wild.
He is surprisingly okay.
Indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Animated. By what?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion, from anger to grief, despair.
Dementia? Wouldn't a foul temper be a byproduct of his life? They probably want me to say the first one.
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile. Is it some kind of substance damage? Like he's addicted to something? Not only the painkillers he's clearly on.
Wouldn't a foul temper be a byproduct of his life?
Perhaps, but his seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns, as if forced on him in a way. In summary, you sense some underlying neurological disorder.
Mr. Dross, so you were on some kind of a psychoactive substance.
No.
He snaps out
I
of
won't
staring,
be stuffed full of shit like the rest of this city.
staring through you.
You said you take painkillers.
The lieutenant follows your lead.
I take them to cope with pain. The people of this city use painkillers because they have pain. Untreated illnesses, not enough money for a greedy doctor.
It's not a downer, rather an upper, judging by his snaps.
Are you on amphetamines?
Like some kind of decadent rock star.
He doesn't dignify it with more of an answer. Mr. Dross, are you okay? How is your memory?
No, I'm not okay.
He waves his hand,
Blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
chasing something that's not there.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course. Could it be a symptom of overdosing on something? Something even you have not tried? Keep your eyes peeled.
Okay. Yusuf Lilianovich Dross, you're under arrest for the murder of Ellis Courtenaire. Okay.
What?
Yeah.
But you said I would be taken to the...
The old man's eyes filled with sudden, unexpected terror at the words.
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But
Gimmy's afraid.
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He looks at the reeds, eyes submerged in growing terror.
He is a brave man. Why is he unraveling? He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too. Eyes getting blacker and blacker.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
The lieutenant turns to you. First sight, does it have room for 3?
Not really. We could escort him to the pier, then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here. But
He shakes his head.
But then, who watches him while you're coming back here?
Who watches him while I come back for you?
you come back for me.
Huh.
How about I go and send a boat back for you?
What is this farce?
He looks around with strange
This is a
desperation.
fucking farce. I can't.
Lillian, you could ask her maybe.
Maybe I can just ask that Ned Picker to watch him.
This is no harmless old man.
Lieutenant shakes his head.
This fucking world.
He stares at something.
This world. What is this?
Who knows what? In the dust. Below the confusion and rage, a fit of jamais vu like yours, the thought passes, more pressing matters take its place.
No, listen. Listen now.
How? Now? Or... Fuck. Okay. Fine. Wait.
You thought you heard something.
Fuck!
But it's just the reeds.
What was it? I'm never gonna know!
Maybe we could all...
No! It was the Col de Mamadaqua! Or something, I don't know! What the fuck was that? We could all fit in the little boat.
Actually, no.
He scratches his head. I could come back for you once I've taken him to the precinct.
Okay, how about I take him to the precinct and you wait on the island?
Lieutenant nods. I'll do it. Let's not get into this. Maybe you're right, okay?
This world. What are you talking about? Is this?
His voice drowns out in a sudden gush of wind.
The wind is cold from the east. Your skin is crawling suddenly.
Oh my god!
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
Was it there the whole time? Blink.
It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
What is that? Whoa, whoa, back up. Point to it.
What are you talking about?
The old man looks at the reeds, then at you. The giant stick insect! I don't know what the hell that is. One.
There's nothing there.
He looks confused.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head.
It wasn't the Col de Mamadaqua.
You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand rise instantly.
No, don't shoot it. There is! I see it!
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Kim, can you see it?
I can see it.
Yes!
4 simple words, thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
The lieutenant whispers, then takes a step towards the giant arthropod. Yeah, right, what? What, huh? Okay, great. Kim, watch him.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from his head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you.
They're gonna run.
The segmented antennae move with apprehension, searching for something that's not there. Take long, deep breaths. Slow down your pulse. Don't move yet, and when you do, be light as a feather. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
This is the Insulindian phasmid.
It is.
Lieutenant whispers behind you. You hear the familiar ring of his jacket unzipping slowly, painstakingly so.
You glance over your shoulder. The lieutenant holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open extremely carefully. It's the camera. No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
Kim, whisper. The flash is loud. It won't like that.
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
He continues to pull the lens open.
From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ear. I am not palatable. Do not eat me. I am afraid.
It's afraid. Stop now!
I won't be one of those fools who didn't take a picture.
He has stopped fiddling with the camera but does not put it down.
He's letting his pride get in the way. You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
This is insane. Who cares what they think, Kim? Just listen to me! 1.
Understood. Of course.
He comes to abruptly and says that with a nod.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you.
I feel like
Antennae taking their measure of the air.
this almost feels like fan service. Not really, but like in the sense that okay, for those who didn't care about that whole scene that just happened because it felt unsatisfying, here's the fucking phasmid. Say something to it quietly, something like, hey, don't be afraid. You exist. 2.
Nothing changes in the cyclical brain motion of the creature's limbs. They are porcelain white on the inside and reed-colored on the out. Beige, light brown, and striped. You are unsure if it is scared or not. Its insect mind is impenetrable to your reasoning.
I heard about Lena's childhood experience. Your corpse will be marked by stars. The miracle way out in the west laid the pheromone on thick. That's probably why I approached, maybe. Approach carefully. It has to be a success, right? Put the gun away.
Breath held. You take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Raise your hand slowly. Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am. Okay, Kim, take the picture. Oh, yes. Hang on.
The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly, there is silence. No, stop. Be afraid.
Put your hand down.
The invertebrate comes back to life, stridulating. Sets of complex eyes follow you, moving in tandem on either side of the insect's
Hello, I'm Harry. I didn't really know who I am.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Stand on your tiptoes and look more closely.
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish.
The deserter is still there.
The faintest smell, like you've never felt before, like burnt roses.
Kim, it's foaming.
Careful. It may be poisonous.
Lieutenant watches you apprehensively. How can you even think clearly like that?
The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst, one by one, letting out that same smell, like summer burning.
Tell me, what are you doing? Spoke to the hanged man. Huh. Did not give up on Phasmid. Yes. Knows of parthenogenesis. I don't remember. Let's go.
I exist.
I exist too. I'm a detective. Is this a dream? What is happening? What, I exist too.
Tell me what it's like for you.
Fire, burning. It's wunderbar. I'm ill. If I tell you, what will happen?
Then I will tell you what it's like for me.
For me, it's fire, burning.
Fire? Where?
Inside, in the city, all around. It's going down. On the horizon, pale fire. This thing we're both sensing is coming to an end.
That is your problem. Nothing ever ends for me. There is only room for 2, maybe 3 pictures in my mind.
Achievement unlocked. The opener of the 8th sealed warned them of the coming end 8 times. 4.3% of players have this achievement.
For me, it is a series of half-lit images.
Half-light.
A kind of darkness being intruded upon. Transient, dim, white.
So what if the next picture doesn't come? This creature is not the photographer, just the camera.
Intruded upon by what?
Shapes of plants and animals. And internal sensations. A swarm of sounds. Tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I am at the end of a narrow funnel. Weightless. So light, it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul. And if I did, it would never burn.
You're the type of animal I would like to be. I'm glad to be me, an incredibly sensitive instrument. The fuck is happening to me right now?
I don't know. You're just a shadow for me. Far away, faintly transmitting, but for a curious smell.
Two.
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you. With all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and rotting glass. Eternal damnation, even when you're sleeping. And when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you.
It's hell. I changed my mind. I want to be you. It was very disorienting at first, but I'm keeping my shit together. Why is there an ice cream truck outside at 8 p.m.? 1.
You want to be a fussmate? Are you sure?
No, I'm not. Why are you asking?
Sometimes, when molting, I will grow a lost limb. One time something went wrong, and a small leg replaced a missing antenna.
That's absolutely nothing? Why would I say that? A small leg. That's horrible. That's cool. 2.
Yes, the leg tried to move around independently, making it hard to walk.
You don't have a foot there now. Okay, I don't want to hear about more about that. 1.
Yes, thankfully someone ate it. The next time I mold it, I grew an antenna again.
That's insane. I'm a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
Also that. No, the killer? I was born to detect you. 2.
He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I am beneficial to him, but I am not.
What?
I only quicken his deterioration.
You're destroying him?
Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It is meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he has looked at me for too long, and I am destroying him.
Is this a dream? What's happening?
No, you're awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
Where did this come from? All this around us, the world.
Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily.
We need to know. Perhaps it's sent to us by God. Then all we can do is beat our fists again. We'll just say this
I
first.
think we should eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Or read. Yum yum.
Alright.
Wait, so
So you look like a reed and you eat reeds?
Yes, they don't mind.
Okay. Have you accidentally eaten another reed, Phasmid?
Yes, I once cloned myself and ate the little ones.
Oh.
It was winter, and I woke up at the wrong time. It was an accident.
What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodium, endemic to the Insulindia Isoma. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trashkins and boys.
it may have unknown, dangerous biochemical characteristics that help it maintain its camouflage.
I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Seminese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I have stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the citizen militia in Rebelshaw, district of Martinez, March 51.
This is insane, and now we know it's March, I guess. I don't know if we knew that before. Are you poisonous?
Yes, I do not have a starter display, so I use a neurodegenerative element to aid in camouflage. Do not worry, it is only destructive over long periods of time.
Oh.
The deserter. He's been here for a long time.
Oh my god. What the fuck? How are we supposed to explain that to anyone? Are you the miracle?
No. You are the miracle.
How?
The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while you are extreme, all-engulfing madness. A volatile simian nervous system, ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all.
This has to be like one of the most fucking I want to say impenetrable stories of all time. Impenetrable is probably not the word I'm looking for, but like, I haven't read Cormac McCarthy anything, but like from what I hear about like Blood Meridian, I don't know what I'm talking about. Never mind. What the fuck is any of this? Wait, the pale is human made?
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I don't have that kind of power.
You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
How?
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Worse how?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if you misplace us all one day, or just forget?
Have I always thought this way?
No, you're only thinking it now. This is a revelation.
It could have been disastrous, probably. But I want to blink and undo 12 billion years of matter expansion. No, I don't. This is the gloaming I've been waiting for ever since I woke up in the hotel room.
So, it is already happening. One day, one of you will close your eyes and sign, and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
What? Kim? Am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it.
He whispers. Then I think I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind. Nothing, just looking at the stick insect. Everything is normal. One.
Okay. Is it somehow related to the case?
After second lieutenant asks that, how can you be focused on that right now? Sort of. You know, I told you what it's about, our fate. The case is meaningless compared to this. I've totally transcended the case. I'll say both if I can.
I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
Okay.
It doesn't look like that. You're just staring at it. Okay.
3.
I think we should take the
Fine.
picture, and then
I
you
have to say
should back
goodbye
away
now.
from
I have
the
no more
unstudied
thoughts. That
species.
was all.
No, there is one more.
Nope, there are no more thoughts. Of all the creatures I've met, you are the kindest. Of all the creatures I've met, you are the scariest. Of all the creatures I've met, you are the most beautiful. 4.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class.
What the fuck? What? How can we even be back to talking about politics now? There's so much going on! What woman?
You cannot lie to me. Behind you is smells of fires. So awfully far you were prepared to go in her presence. And it.
I will try.
She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
What? Okay, Kim, take the picture.
Okay.
With a slow ring of metal, the lieutenant slides the lens open and raises it to eye level.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If
Okay.
it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Lieutenant whispers, his voice is tense.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
I got it.
You hear the lieutenant whisper as the creature's shape develops onto photo paper in his hand. A polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds in the sky, and you see, and you, as a shadow before it,
For all time.
slowly reach out and touch the creature's whisker. Carefully pet its scythe-like forearm. We got it. 1.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. The sensation is electrifying, resounding through your body. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
Look at your finger.
You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen.
Lick your finger? That sounds like a very bad idea.
It tastes like sugar, very faint. The anthropod towers above you, tufts of reeds pointing from limb and head alike. Odorless, mostly comprised of water.
Carefully pet its scythe-like forearm.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing. Warning! It's about to move. You can sense it.
Run your hand up the slender limb higher. No, I guess I shouldn't. Pull your hand away.
A sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like the creature is awakening, wave by wave from its stupor. Some sort of countdown process is happening. That's all you have time to think.
We got it.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life, like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Disengage slowly.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface. And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
It's gone.
Lieutenant looks north with his hand raised to his brow. It can walk on water.
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only
He shakes his head with
I've
amazement.
never seen anything like that in my life.
What's that in the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
He squints. What now?
What now?
The old man behind you repeats suddenly. He's put his hand into the ash. It's dirty and black.
In some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
What the fuck? What the shit? Clash's passport? But they didn't take the... Did the Phasmid take it? What's happening? Phasmid's gone. Check up on the deserter now. Oh, sure. Fairweather T500 helmet. +1 half-light. Oh, this belonged to the... Has a battering ram. +1 half-light. -1 suggestion. A fighter, not a lover. This monstrous-looking bug-eyed ceramic helmet was in the Phasmid's nest. It still has some reeds sticking out of it, and it smells of seawater, but it's otherwise wearable, if not exactly comfortable. Putting it on feels scary somehow. Army surplus... Oh, I already had that, I guess. Well, here's the bolt action 4.46 caliber Taigong is the poor man's sniper rifle. While not the most reliable of firearms, it is relatively precise due to a very manageable recoil, thus allowing the shooter to take multiple consecutive shots fast. This particular piece is missing a scope, though, except here is the T932 rifle scope. A common 30mm sniper scope attachable to almost any bolt action 4.46 caliber. It uses an older style non-dotted range-finding reticle. Seaweed is still stuck on the lens, and it suffered water damage from its time in the Phasmid's dowry. Class's passport. This well-traveled passport with visa stamped in it is issued by the Republic of Oranje. You found it in the Phasmid's nest on the island. You can open it for more details.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazie.
Why do I feel like we already knew that?
Classia's hidden documents. From the MT boy.
The lieutenant looks at it in your hands. Look at the photo.
It's Clasia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow.
Look at the photo.
An old photo, before life came and did what it does.
What was this doing in the Phasmid's nest?
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or...
Perhaps for some blackmailing plan? I think the Phasmid took it. The Phasmid took it, and I sensed it do so. I saw something open up the buoy with spindly legs. Sure, man.
Like a magpie?
He looks around.
What a coincidence. Then it would also have collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual.
By now, the lieutenant has accepted your unusual methods.
Yeah, man. Like, what the fuck do you want? We just saw a cryptid.
I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island, and the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it, but to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod.
We're far past unusual.
Would it? Maybe it was simply curious.
Perhaps it was curious, like an octopus?
An octopus belongs to a very different class. It's not even an insect, it's a mollusk. But yes, I see your point.
It says Katarzyna Alazie.
She said it would be for Anouk Meyer-Smith. Anouk Meyer-Smith.
He opens his notes.
Katarzyna Alazie was supposed to be her real name, where Clasia comes from. Remember? God damn it. I told you she kept lying to you. She's probably lying to someone else right now, in another city.
Katarzyna Alazie was supposed to be her real name. She lied to us. Maybe this is her real passport, not a fake, because this is her real name. One.
Yes, somehow she managed to lie to us one more time. In a way, she's still lying to us right now.
Lieutenant smiles. What's her real name then?
I don't know, but it's not Katarzyna Alazie or Clasia or Anouk Meyer-Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective. Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now.
Sure. Put the passport away. Oh, man. I missed all the rest of the plans I had tonight, but at least we're finishing this.
What do you want from me? I can't go.
The old man looks around, confused.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Sir, how could you not see the Phasmid? He stares at the reeds and falls silent.
Mr. Dross?
The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking with fear and longing, like an addict of some terrible substance.
Snap your fingers under his nose. Wave your hand in front of his eyes. Touch his shoulder gently. 3.
The plastic cake feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility.
Lieutenant
The
inspects
good
him
news
gently.
is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dross?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What has happened to this man?
Old age and shock.
He looks at him, then you. I think it's the phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke? Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
He couldn't see it, Kim. It's just the reads for him.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Dross,
He touches the man's shoulder.
No response.
Maybe this is how the phasmid has stayed hidden all these years.
then how did we see it?
He thinks.
Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it.
Yes, you forget it's there.
Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds?
Lieutenant inspects the man. The old man stutters.
The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
Before, when I evaluated his state, he seemed strangely animated.
He was energetic and articulate.
He nods.
After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Perhaps this animation is induced by something in the phasmid.
It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive.
He looks to the sea.
I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
He takes off his glasses and cleans them. When he puts them back on, he's still staring at the sea. I think he's addicted to that thing.
Like a drug?
He has displayed addict behavior, and not just to painkillers. Not just to painkillers.
His pupils appear to be dilated. They still are.
He examines the catatonic man's eyes.
It's not just chemical.
It's as if he's infatuated with it.
Some kind of oxytocin release mechanism? Would go with the pupils. But this is way above me, detective.
No shit. Could it be there's something hormonal in his relationship to the phasmid?
You mean pheromonal?
Yes, that's what I said. He seemed a little off for a man his age. Randy. No?
The scope, knowing of her bruises, his disposition toward Miss Orania.
He
I
nods.
see what you mean.
I guess. I talked to the phasmid. It said he's destroying him.
You should be more careful, detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you?
Maybe. Anyway, it's only trying to remain unseen. The degradation is a side effect. Anyway, I was only talking to it. 1.
A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future, detective.
Yeah, okay. Next time I see a fucking cryptid, I'll be careful, Kim. What are we saying here? He's been here for a long time. Who knows how much of it in its company?
He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place. And the insect, maybe.
He looked at his notebook.
I have absolutely forgotten to take notes.
Oh, yeah.
I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
He shakes his head in disbelief. Yeah, good luck making this a solid case, including the phasmid.
No one would believe you without it.
No one's gonna believe us with it. We found some things in the phasmid's nest, Mr. Dross.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should.
Show him the ceramic helmet.
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left. wherever he is. The last embers have gone out. The war is over.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, Diab would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the Phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible.
The Phasmid. Show him the Orni's passport.
No reaction. His breathing is slow, and he appears very old all of a sudden.
All of a sudden.
Around 80.
Did you take this passport and other papers from the boy on the course?
They already said they didn't.
The spirit.
He blinks and continues to stare at the reeds.
He hears us. The spirit?
No reply. He's gone again.
Try something else? We got him back for a moment.
Show him the detached scope.
I lost.
He turns his eyes to it. You lost it, Mr. Dross.
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie Phasmid.
Lieutenant observes the lens sparkle in your hand.
This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being.
I'm going to let you rest now, Mr. Dross.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal.
Hang tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
I think you should wait here. So that I can make another move on the net picker. Alright, yeah, let's run. What? Oh, that's... That door... Oh, that door is there. And this we did come in there. But it was not there in the dream. I see. Wow, so... They were up there, that... Yeah. It's interesting how some
The
stuff...
skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Some stuff we need to use here is has a price, like we can sell it, like the gas can. Like you can't possibly get to a place where you can sell it, but it has a price anyway. I'll be right back. Oh, fuck, I'm messing up my hair. I'm back, hang on. No. I mean, this is something. It looks weird with the... It was fine earlier. No, I can't. I need to fix my hair. Why is it insisting it parts in that weird way? Alright. No, it's still got that weird chunk. It's got a chunk. God damn it. That's not, I didn't even just say that because of the hair. I just remembered something. Not something I forgot either. It just nagged at me again for a second there. Ever happen to you? Having anxiety or something about one thing, and then it's just like, it's just in the back, and then it'll just like, every now and then it'll be like, by the way, and you're like, fuck, that's right, god damn it. Let's continue.
The skiff is swaying on the...
Let's. We are done here.
He says, adjusting his glasses, he looks out over the water.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet.
Yeah, I didn't take out the boombox.
But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you.
Uh-oh.
2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm.
It's either gonna be Everard or Edgar, maybe. Harry Dubois, Kim Kitsuragi, you're under arrest.
You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Quick, run. Lillian? Is that a coin-operated viewer? Harry, we've been worried about you. I don't know what I'm even doing here. We're here because we're worried. I don't know what I'm even doing here. Is this an intervention? Just gonna go inside.
Look what the tide brought him.
Says the man without sunglasses. Suddenly his expression changes and he tilts his head.
What is that? Full Daisy? What's with all the performance gear? Are you back in high school?
Shit, no. $1950. 1937. We might have to interrogate the... I don't wanna be wearing the fallen gear. Huh? I did that, huh? Oh my god, no! I have to do this again? Oh my god, I actually didn't see it. No! I didn't think that would be so long ago. Wait, 1840? Oh, but it says 1937. That's the only reason I did it. I didn't know it would be that far.
The segmented
Right.
reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearm,
It is.
you glance. No, the flash will scare the creature off. Warn him now.
We need a photo.
From the corner, I am not palatable. Do not eat me. I am afraid.
I won't be one.
He's
Alright, you gotta do all this again. I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
Its mandible antennae reaching out. Its motions are quick, sudden.
Kind of takes the punch out of everything that was happening. My bad.
Understood.
The spindly mechanism turns itself back to you. Its antennae. Nothing changed. Its insect mind is impenetrable to your reasoning.
Approach carefully. Let's put the gun down.
Like laughter, hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin. The insect suddenly, no, stop, be afraid. The invertebrate comes back to life. No reply. You were right. The faintest smell.
Careful.
The foam letting out that same smell, like summer burning.
I exist. Tell me what it's like for you. Then I will tell you. Fire? Where? That is your for me.
So what if the next picture doesn't come? This creature is not a photographer.
Shades of I am at the end of an narrow funnel. I don't know. You're just a shadow. You of even when you're sleepy. And when you wake, you want to be a fussman. Sometimes, when molting, I will grow a lost limb. One time, yes, the leg tried to move. Yes, thankfully, so am I. Easing it back very slowly. No, you're away. Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lily. I think we...
Wait, so
Yes, they don't mind. Yes, I once called. I am.
it may
No one. I have stayed here in truth. Yes.
the deserter.
No. The Mora, the Pale too, came with you. It is a you're a violent voices.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Everything your eyes touch goes back there. Behind the no. You're Simian Butcher. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed. No. The more the pale too. King, it is a you're a violent voices that
Instead of air, you exhale.
everything your
Right,
eyes
okay.
touch goes back there. Behind the nose. No.
That's what I wanted to.
You're
I didn't
only
want to say
looking
this one. I
down.
didn't mean to. Luckily, I could go back.
It's a revelation. So, it is already happening. One day, one of you will close your eyes and sign, and open.
Actually,
No,
hang on.
the Mora, the Pale too, came with you. It is an. You're a violent and voices.
Instead of air, you exhale.
Everything your eyes touch.
I'll be extra
goes
careful
back
not to
there.
blink secondary
Behind the
syndicates.
nose mirror.
Don't worry.
Please be. Or one day, one of you will close your eyes and sign, and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
It doesn't look like that. You're just staring at it. Okay. Is it somehow related to the case? I think we should take the picture.
No, there is one more. Thank you. You cannot lie to me. She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3 me.
Okay.
There is no.
In 3.
The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword.
My hair doesn't look like that.
Freezes in its bright light. Head turned
I got it.
for all time. antennae. The sensate, it is.
Be careful, detective.
You were right. It tastes odorless. Mostly the limb. Warning, it's about a sudden, some sort of count. Another shudder. As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements. Stepping on the water. The long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface. And just like that, it's gone. Skating away across the sea's calm mirror. And
it's gone. Apparently, yeah. Looks like a nest of...
In some...
Our suspect.
Army surplus winter scarf. This towy-old scarf itches when wrapped around the neck. It has humanitarian aid written all over it, yet you know that thousands all over the Isla are suffering the same fate as you, the fate of uncomfortable army surplus scarves. Plus to empathy, plight of their underclass, negative one composure, sucks to be poor.
This passport.
Classius' hidden document.
It's old.
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classius, or whatever her name was. Perhaps. But that still doesn't explain how it... Like a mag... I can see how the...
Would it? Maybe it was simply...
An octopus belongs to a very... She said...
Katalu, I told you she kept lying to you. She's probably lying to someone else right now. In another city.
No, she lied to us. Her so-called real... I don't know. Perhaps it's better...
What is it? What do you want from me?
Something is very wrong with him now.
See?
Mr.
The man with, like an addict of some terrible... The plastic...
He's going in.
The trembling.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here. While we go... Old age and shock. Yes.
There's quite a few things about that.
That could be part of...
No response.
Then how did we... The doctors will have to... He was energetic. He does not... I mean, why not? It... Like a drug? His pupils...
It's not just...
Some kind of oxytocin. You mean pheromonal? The scope? Knowing... You should be more careful, detective. Are you sure? A valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like... He did seem distraught. I have a...
No one would believe you without... He stares into the... Nothing. The last...
If Kuno kicked it in...
No rip.
Did you take this...
There.
He hears us.
No rip.
Try something else?
He turned.
He lost this side.
Silent. You've gotten the blacks of his arm.
We should think about getting back to...
All right. Where's my shirt?
know if that's it. Could be. Gloves? I don't think there's any normal gloves. I could just not wear gloves. Or glasses. I mean, I'm not gonna get any extra buffs without this stuff, but I want to look normal for the final thing. We'll see. I don't know. Fuck it, let's put on all the armor. Ew. We don't have the leggings. We missed that. Yeah, let's just see.
The skiff is swaying on the waves.
Les, we are done here.
I'm gonna undo it in a minute, just wanna see.
The skiff rocks, but 2 men and a woman. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Oh, I could have done it here.
Look what the tide brought in. I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it. Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
True.
This is the man with...
I know who it is. It's my partner, my ex-partner. Alright. What, that is some weird graphical. Alright, let's go.
The skiff is...
Les, we are done here.
The skiff, but 2 men. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Hopefully this is good.
Look what the tide brought in.
Says the man without sunglasses. Suddenly his expression changes and he tilts his head.
Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
Mm-hmm.
This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
Wait, you're the man with sunglasses. Forget all about all this. There's a giant. No one else seems bothered by the bleeding. Who are you people? Who is the other person? One.
That's right. And you're bleeding.
No one else seems bothered by the bleeding.
Bothered by it? Harry, you look like you need a fucking organ transplant.
Oh, push all.
Oh, fuck it. Let's not get into that.
Yeah, forget about all these. There's a giant.
You're not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
He points at you with both hands. You just said fuck it, so. Who are you people?
Hello, Trent Heilerstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
Oh, looking at the phone, the Feld building, right?
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar, and this is your special task force.
He says.
Or what's left of it.
Gesturing towards his companions.
Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Battle Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you after pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisoragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island.
He points to the
Our
C4.
investigation led us. We might need your help with something later.
Yeah, it's suddenly regaining his confidence.
As if he recalled that he's in fact
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Huh? Way to feed me to the wolves. No, Kim, you've got to have my back. Let's destroy them. Let's act professional for a moment. 1.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
Lieutenant? It sound like they said? It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. She says warmly, flashing the lieutenant the tiniest of smiles.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
What is this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trant, I believe this is where you come in?
He takes a step
I
back.
don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science.
Huh?
My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
He makes air quotes.
No, Trant, it's too late. You're part of this shit now.
He turns to you.
What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets. Shit kid. What an interesting moniker.
What's a shit kid?
You. Shit kid? That's you.
Oh my god, it's late.
Maybe you've deserved it.
How did you know I was here? Wait. You left me to... I'll just say these in order. How did you know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
Fucked over? What? I saved his establishment and still he betrays me? Turn to face the general direction of the whirling and yell, "Damn you, cafeteria manager! You've betrayed me for the last time!" I understand. Okay, God told you. 2.
Speaking of which, the giant aerografito in front of the building. The one that's burning. Did you...
It's still burning. It was this one junior delinquent. Yeah, I lit it on fire. It was a poetic gesture. 1.
I don't know. It had shit kid written all over it.
He squints at you suspiciously. You aren't the man with sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true.
He exchanges a look with the special consultant.
And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on.
Actually, I suspected something was off.
Did you?
He adjusts his tie.
Did you literally not recognize my face? We've been partners for how long, Harry? Don't answer that. You don't remember.
Judging by the familiarity you feel toward him, 2 years minimum, or maybe a short but close stint on the task force. He's right. Don't start guessing. Now's not a good time.
You never told me you're not the horse-faced woman.
Lieutenant, my name is not horse-faced woman. It's Judith Minot.
She says with a heavy
I
sigh.
was assigned to your unit 2 months ago. I thought we were friends.
We're still friends. I just have a stupid head. I'm truly sorry. I'm truly Officer Sorry Minot. I mean, what? Patrol Officer Minot, glad to make the acquaintance. Let's put the past behind us. 2. 1.
Okay.
Another sigh.
Because you're my commanding officer, I really want to respect you. I want us to have a normal relationship.
Sure, great, whatever.
That will never happen, Jude. He's the rudest man on earth. He's the reason why the rest of us have to take sensitivity training. And I hate sensitivity training.
What the fuck does any of this have to do with anything? Step aside, please. So, Trant Hiddleston turns out to be Special Consultant Trant Hiddleston.
Yes, I'm Trant Hiddleston.
Whatever.
I never said I wasn't Trant Hiddleston.
Trant Hiddleston. Wait, what was up with the kid then?
Mikhail? Mikhail's my son.
Oh yeah? What's up with all the interesting history? Spying on me?
No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence.
Him being there with his son, it was not a coincidence. It's difficult to see, but he was worried about you. And also interested in the Feld building.
So, what are you special consulting here?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
He looks at the dilapidated shacks than you.
He's here to see if you're insane. He's smart. Let's move on.
Duped again! No one's who they say they are.
Duped? Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily.
Gardener, scab leader, this? Turned to the lieutenant. Tell me at least you are who you said you were. Actually, I was the killer. I knew it! Okay, that does have something to do with it, yes. 1.
Yes, I'm still Kim Kisoragi, still a lieutenant from Precinct 57.
Still caught up in this crossfire, too.
You mentioned a task force?
Yeah, Major Crimes Unit, under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Refresh my memory. Who else is in these?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude, Tron fucking Heidelstown, and Guillaume Baby.
He stares at you.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Yeah, first, who's Julian Baby?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually.
He's not
Guillaume
smiling.
Baby is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit.
Left.
Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Tron because I'm forcing him to stay.
Okay, so what does the unit do?
Do? It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry. Because of you.
They're your posse, or what remains of it. Hand-picked, hand-lost.
The 41st isn't...
He trails off, not wishing to finish the sentence. Where have you been all this time? There was a mercenary tribunal.
God damn it, Harry.
He shifts his weight, crosses his arms, and looks you in the eye.
You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All we burn. Detect or die.
Wait, so you let me face a squad of trained killers alone just to teach me a lesson? All will burn, Satellite Officer Vicomare. Make no mistake about it. Why didn't you detect or die then? Why would you leave a literal police guard? I said all those things. I'm not like that anymore. One
It
first.
wasn't like that.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
Two.
Oh, you think it was cool you saying that?
No.
Aesthetic somehow?
No.
You were crying when we got here. Breaking things. You said we were going into the abyss. None of us wanted to see the abyss.
No, hang on.
So we fucked off.
He sighs.
Like you told us
Nope.
to.
Hang on. Nope.
Good. You told us to fuck off. You said we're
5.
Yes. You're sorry. You're the sorriest cop who ever lived. Nothing has changed, Harry. I've heard this repentance shit a million times over.
No, I didn't say I'm sorry, because I'm talking to you and you seem like an asshole, so I wasn't going to apologize. None of this is ringing any bells.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trant.
He turns to the
this
wand.
Is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors. He talks without slurring. He can drive a boat. He's standing, reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia. Episodic and semantic. As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but
He makes
also
air
mine with
quotes.
him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry,
He turns to you.
what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Socioeconomically? You think I'm so poor I lost my memory?
Not when you phrase it like that, but I don't think critical theory, I know everyone thinks this is far-fetched pink academia, but still, I don't think it should be off the table here.
What?
What? He lost his memory because of capitalism?
No, not like that. I'm not talking for Hedefort's school here. But Harry, I asked, what do you think happened?
I drank so much I lost my memory, and I'm now slowly recovering it. I made it all up. It was a fantasy, a stupid joke. I know what I am. It might have something to do with an anomaly in the church, a 2-millimeter hole in the world. You think so? Sure. I am a highly experimental detective. This was a method I used to solve the case. Something so sad happened to me that I couldn't be me anymore. It was a defense mechanism. That's also true. Capitalism. Capitalism fucked me beyond all recognition. Trying is right. I don't think they're ready for this. Let's try it. 3.
Corresponding to the 20-centimeter hole in your brain. Sure. This theory has great symmetry. I see how it folds into itself neatly.
Precisely, Satellite Officer Vicmere. It's Martinez.
Take this seriously. I suspect there might be something wrong with Martinez. I'll explain later, but there's another man who's lost his memory. A crab man. I knew you'd be too close-minded to understand the anomaly. 1.
This sounds odd, but I was there. The church on the coast was shaking from an audio-spatial anomaly. It may have been anthroponetic or perhaps related to radio waves. Either way, it was real. I've even put it in my report. You should read it. I do not, however, think it has anything to do with him drinking himself to the point of brain damage.
Thank you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Just to clarify, I do not think his other anthroponetics are a hoax. Pale produces global phenomena. It's proven. However, what has not been proven is total memory loss after drinking too much Komodo Red. Honestly, I think he's just lying to
No,
us.
I wasn't trying to lie. I thought that was a valid answer.
But Detective Vicmare, he has blanked out before.
She interjects. I have?
Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders.
She pauses, remembering.
One was after the 2 drunks case. The other when we looked into that mural.
So you don't remember not remembering. Beautiful. The 2 cases in your ledger. The unsolvable case and the Next World mural. Those were recent. Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect. Look at the sensory input here.
Oh, shit. Give me a second. I don't think I can even do anything besides report. There was a spam in chat. Is there no way to report? Oh, here we go. You can report chat messages for terrorism? How does that work? He gestures towards the scenery.
Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input.
What?
Hardwired to the free market.
He nods confidently.
He just needed for it to end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Leadership, now.
I'm ready to lead again. Line detective is good for now. He's wrong. I'm too far gone for work. Fuck all of you. I don't want to be in your unit. One.
No one even mentioned that. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
He looks at you then, Trent. What now?
Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Really?
No. Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
He points to the water. Hold on, in the ocean? Feign ignorance. That wasn't me, it was stolen by traffic hooligans. I drove it in the ocean when I was drunk. I thought the killer would be underwater. He wasn't. Tequila sunset. I also jumped the canal, by the way. I don't know what it's doing there. Excuse me, 5.
Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho.
He
Tequila
grabs...
sunset. Jump the canal. So funny, Harry. Thank you for fucking me.
He grabs his stomach in humorless laughter. What's the joke? I did it.
Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of my payslip.
Yours?
You know that, right?
How?
You're gonna get fired.
Okay.
And I'm gonna pay till I die.
I don't think I am, because I just solved an impossible case, so you're welcome.
It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
You don't have the authority to do that. He exhales to calm his breathing. Wait, my badge?
The thing that tells people you're a police officer.
I lost it. I haven't found it yet.
He doesn't have it.
He points to the
Here's
sea.
an idea. Maybe you could look in the motherfucking motor carriage you drove into the sea. Maybe look there. Ah, fuck it. I get it myself. Just tell me you have your gun.
He collects himself again, dusts off his black suit, although it's completely clean. Gun. Gun. Wait, how did you know I lost my gun? My gun is right here. Show him the Villiers 9mm. I upgraded my gun to a rifle. No. That's evidence. 2.
You lost your fucking gun?
He looks around.
I knew it. I knew he lost it. Didn't I tell you? I told you he lost his gun too.
This isn't cause for celebration. It's bad.
I would say it's very bad, yes.
He turns to you.
You lost your service weapon while drunk. And then you couldn't find it because you were still drunk? You're drunk right now, aren't you?
I didn't lose my gun. I have my gun. So it doesn't even matter that I found my gun. I quit drinking forever. It's only me in this boring hellhole now. I tried not to, but I can't work as well without it. I didn't drink at all, so 3.
I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then, huh?
It's this place.
He's wounded.
He looks at you.
It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
No idea what you're smelling. I washed death off of me. Yeah, I've handled an actual corpse. Yeah, it's been a bit of a week. I'm sorry I smell bad. None of this matters. My odor situation? It's meaningless compared to what I've discovered.
What you've discovered? You let the suspect escape, a certain Clasier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuhagi's. We know.
How? Glasia? She was some kind of spy from the Occident, specially trained. What? Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave a vital clue that led us to the island. We were gonna go there anyway. Okay, I got duped there. She pulled one on me. Yes, I let her go as an act of mercy. Also true. That's just a small detail in a huge case you know nothing about. That doesn't matter. None of it does. We're looking at the oxygen holocaust times a quadrillion. I've come to know the final fate of man and the universe. They're not prepared for that. 4.
Oh, well. If you let her go...
He rubs his face in frustration.
I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, who shot herself in the head.
It happens.
Or the fact that you're Everclear's little peony now.
Excuse me?
I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing.
We have evidence to put them behind bars, you fuck!
Compared to the 8 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was fucking mass murder.
I did my best to prevent that.
He did everything he could.
Yes!
We did everything we could.
Lieutenant interrupts him.
The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes the cavalry.
Thank you.
He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
Yes, what he said. I also solved the case. It's solved. All of it. Yeah, it was a massacre. We got white. Where the hell were you? We already went over that. The firefight is a trivial matter compared to the greatest discovery of the century. I'm just sorry. 2.
Detective, it's better if I do that.
He says in a lowered voice.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He brushes a stray strand of hair out of his eye and coughs. Yeah. Back down, buddy.
He thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
Yeah.
On the case?
On Lieutenant Frétard Dubois.
Well,
double your freighter.
The drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
1 week.
8 days? It's been...
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize, profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder. It's not a good communication strategy for an officer.
Whatever. What the fuck? I'm awful. What do you want from me?
It's worrying, especially considering his political views.
What?
Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer, is a little...
What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, actually? What? Oh, yeah, as you may know. What? I've literally almost at every opportunity, besides like some fucking jokes, almost at every opportunity I've said that I don't know what any of that stuff even means. So what are you talking about? This is my fucking, grade? Is that what this is? This is you're going over the choices I've made, basically? I didn't make that choice. Self-flagellation. What do you expect? What do you expect me to do?
Other still, he is also a full-blown fascist.
What are you talking about?
Woman hater and more than a little racist. How he reconciles these 2 points of view?
He shrugs.
But he is vocal about both.
Kim, what the fuck are you talking about? Literally, what did I even say that illustrates that? What? Full-blown fascist? The only thing I did was listen to Measurehead shit and be like, sure, whatever. Because I'm trying to get past them. What are you talking about?
And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, and the constant smoking everywhere.
What?
But despite all this, he is a great detective. One of the best I have seen, in fact.
He breathed in sharply. I smoked literally 1 fucking cigarette. That's that's more or less than what you did. I mean, that's equivalent or less than the amount you smoked. And the motor carriage thing happened before we fucking got here. What was the equivalent? To not figure out that I did it? Or the alternative, I meant.
He can talk human beings into telling him everything. And he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven. And he solved it, near perfectly. In 1 week we have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator. Locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. He apprehended a revolutionary brigade who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years.
He pauses.
Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
Maybe we should slow down on that, Kim.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect.
Kim's gonna sound
It was
insane
on the
now.
island, camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and shows it to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can
Really?
see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
Hosiana. Boom shakalaka, motherfucker. So, as you can see, I'm a pretty okay detective and an absolutely giant communist. This is why I should have gone to that communist meeting just for research, because now I don't know what I'm even being accused of. This is what I've been trying to tell you about. Say nothing. 5.
Fucking hell is that?
The man
Is
cranes
this
his neck.
somehow connected to the case?
Still looking at the photo.
Detective?
He turns to you. Boom, boom, boom. I want you in my room. I'm a creeper. Yes. I believe the pheromone admits may be responsible for the killer's mental degradation.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
So it is connected.
Yeah. What do you have to say about that, Vicomere?
I must say this.
He points to the
is
photo.
Absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Ewan McGregor as Trant.
Yes. It really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
Uh-huh. His tired eyes follow the photo as the lieutenant puts it away.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness.
Huh.
Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now or never.
I also started a nightclub in the church. Also, the phasmid was female. The reeds are its nest. I don't want to say all this, right? Let's just go through this and see what I want to say. The killer, Lilianovich Droz, we have a strong motive for him. The previous head of the Dorada's Union was assassinated by our killer. And I also fixed the strike situation. There was also a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person I found. I also looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area. Whatever. I confiscated drugs from Kuno's dad. Who? That's what they're gonna say. Who? So what do you say? Want to take these hot shit back? I mean, I think that they've heard enough. All this is kind of... This is my... Not great. What's the word I'm looking for? Not grading. Evaluation. Six.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How'd you know I found him?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still,
she says quietly.
Good work with the missing person, detective.
Yeah, you're welcome.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
Should I really say this? Like, alright, whatever. I guess these are all points for me, so... I also started a nightclub in the church.
What was that?
He cups his
It
ear.
sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church.
The wind blows. Yeah, I reinvigorated the local nightlife. Yeah, I did some kids of solid, turned their lives around. Yeah, and I discovered a hitherto unexplored entrepreneurial phenomenon in there too, a 2mm hole in the world. 3.
Get a grip. No one cares about your entrepreneuric adventures right now.
Fuck you too, buddy!
4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal, but the building was abandoned, so he put them in there. It's okay.
It's not that okay. Get off this subject now.
Wow. What? Okay. 2.
Female? What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female, and the nesting behavior too, I think.
If you say so.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there.
He turns to you.
It's interesting time. Forget about the rest.
It had gathered items in the nest, a helmet, a scope, and a passport. I think it reproduces a parthenogenesis. I think it emits a chemical that makes it look even more like the reeds. It had mandibles that looked like hair, and it was completely white on the inside. 1.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
I still think it was female.
Of course, as I said, I'm only guessing. I didn't see it.
He pauses,
It must be robust if it can move a whole helmet with its limbs.
turning something over in his head. I think it emits a chemical that makes it look even more like the reeds.
Yes.
That
would be a chiromone. A pheromone that's seemingly beneficial to the host. It usually stimulates the affected nervous system. Not a human's, of course, but perhaps a predator's?
The perpetrator seemed intoxicated somehow, like an addict. It's just a hunch, but
There are species of bees that, under the influence of chiromones, take wasp larvae to their hives. Ants do the same with aphids, thinking they're...
He stops.
Do you think this is how it stayed hidden?
Nothing is off the table. But I want to stress this. The find does not have to be connected to the case. The case is 100% prosecutable, without any chiromones.
Of course, Lieutenant. Of course. We should treat the case and the phasmid as completely separate from each other. People are not going to...
He shakes his head.
They're not going to go for this speculation in the constabulary.
Dead mandibles that look like
Yes, but also reed-colored, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible.
He repeats.
The value of this is exceptional.
Turn to Vigmar.
Discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insulindian phasmid. No, that's too much.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest.
He smiles.
You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Without it...
He shakes his head.
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still. Quit while you're ahead? Or no?
Nah. The killer, we have a strong motive for him.
Lilianovich.
The special consultant
Revolutionary matronym.
raises an eyebrow. A revolutionary matronym.
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory.
He turns to you.
You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He killed the mercenary in an act of jealousy. He killed the mercenary hoping to start a war between the company and the Union. He killed him in an act of rage induced by the phasmid semiochemicals. Actually, I'm not sure if I have a motive. I had another thing. One.
Jealousy. I thought this Lilianovich was an old man. To have been hiding for 50 years. Like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fixation, aggravated possibly by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason, said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that. Way more.
It's more than that. A perfect folding mechanism. Like the phasmid. It's way more than that. It will win me Dora back. No, don't. It's my masterpiece. They'll teach this in cop school. I did all I could. Every second was a struggle. I'm still not completely satisfied with it. It could be just a little neater. One.
Perfect folding mechanism.
He rolls his
Get over
eyes.
yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
I'm not drink. You will you fuck off?
God damn it. Doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or something. It will pass. In time.
The previous head of the Debaters Union was assassinated by a killer.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open.
Ooh, good point.
Martinez, wherever Art and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
The lieutenant lowers his voice just a little.
And eyes, too. Your return from the island must not have gone unnoticed.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything union-related.
The consultant...
Or political neutrality.
The consultant, too, has lowered his voice. Did you fix the strike situation? I don't think you did. I also looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area. Does that matter? Sure.
I don't know what a doomed commercial area is.
He shrugs. Rue de Saint Ghislain 10, a commercial building where all businesses go bankrupt? I looked into it. The curse turned out to be possibly entrepreneuric. One.
Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here.
Who gives a shit? I solved it.
There was a possible witness in there, and it was close to the crime scene. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay.
Of course.
She turns to Vic
Call
Mayor.
it community outreach, right?
Dodged the bullet there. For a moment, it seemed like you were just wasting time.
Wasting time? Who gives a shit? The case is solved. Literally, who the fuck cares? I confiscated drugs from Kuno's dad. Yeah, they're gonna say that's wasting time. So what do you say? Want to take this hot shit back?
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder.
How does that first part help me, really? He shrugs.
So I have to. Jude.
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
A quick nod.
You haven't been drinking, she thinks. So, maybe this time.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Honestly, all of you can fuck off because we did this and you were just not here, so...
Now you will finally get to know who you are.
Wait, I have a few questions before we go. About who I am.
The man looks westward, impatiently.
Oh my god.
Jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry.
Being sarcastic, I could hear in the tone of voice. What?
Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
But before?
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron.
She looks around.
It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
That does explain a lot. No way, I was a flagellant monk. A guerrilla soldier / gym teacher. 3.
No, a regular one.
He remarks dryly. 1.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair.
What are you talking about? The collection of fallen sportswear I've amassed.
Your moves on the church floor, which honestly were just jump aerobics. your use of the word graffito.
What are we talking about here? When was this? When was I a gym teacher? You said in Quran I was a gym teacher there? What? One.
In your 20s or late 20s, you've really let yourself go since then.
He looks you over. You said in Quran?
Yes, you taught gym in Qom. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
Well, you know what they say, those who can't teach, etc.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards.
What does this have to do with anything?
Kuro is just east of Jamrock. It was a short walk every morning to the baseball field or the sports building.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
Sure, whatever.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
Yeah, oh. It's all making sense now. What? Why did I join the RCM then?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries, and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
Okay, I see now.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
Every game protagonist is actually an ex-gym teacher. You solved it, Kim. Why am I like this?
It's not a mystery.
You're a
Some
gym
chick
teacher.
Fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
Some chick. Who?
Dora something. Dora England. Yeah, you mentioned the name.
Come on, England.
Dora Dubois.
Wait, Dora England?
Something like that. Half Vazan.
Vasa is where beautifully and impossibly blonde people come from.
So we weren't even married.
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
What? When was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago?
He thinks.
She was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you?
Sounds normal to me. 6 years?
Yeah. Or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora England really tore you a new one. A big one.
Who was she?
Incredibly bangable.
Excuse me? Huh? Figures. No, I meant, what did she do? 1.
She was extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
You better back off right now, pal.
Look,
She
the
turns,
sun is going down. It's time to go on.
she turns to face the sea. No.
I think she taught at the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist?
He pauses
a
to
forensic
think.
psychiatrist? Go talk to that.
This guy sucks. Okay, am I a dirty cop working for La Puta Madre?
No.
No, because the suspects seem to think.
You're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
Then why did they think that?
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
I guess, that's something we're not gonna be able to figure out, huh?
He would immediately backpedal out of it.
That's probably something you can figure out somewhere, but...
I told you it's not that bad.
Precinct 41, what kind of station is it?
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? With the bad guys. No one likes us.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
He tilts his head toward northward.
Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Torson and McLean?
Mac the Torso Torson and Chester McLean.
She arches an
They're not
eyebrow.
fit to run a wing. Believe me. Things are shaky as it is.
They are damn iconic, though. Torson and McLean.
Iconic duo, I take it.
Yeah, not like us. Two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We are garbage.
And the Sea Wing is...
God.
He sighs.
There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
Okay.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me.
He smiles.
Other losers too.
He's anything but a loser, although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way.
Okay. And Bryce is...
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
Isn't it March? Did we recently shoot up a church by any chance? Oh, the RCM in general.
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
What happened? Why did we need to go there?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast. Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
So I work in the bloody murder station.
Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershaw. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
He says in a reassuring tone.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
The Phasmid. I need to tell Lena about this ASAP.
Who is Lena?
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock. Remember?
I remember. A cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock on Tabernacle Road. She told me about this Phasmid.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
She looks at Vic Mayer.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
Right on.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part.
Well,
they should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change.
She is going to be over the moon.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi, what will you do now? We, we would have seen the Phasmid no matter what, right? I don't know.
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
About what?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
He pulls up his collar and looks around, the cold spring light reflected in the lenses of his glasses.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Want to do that at Station 41? Good luck with your report. 1.
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of 2 captains with my doom-mongering.
No, I meant investigate. Come work in Precinct 41. Yeah, sure. 1.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
A crooked smile quivers on his lips.
Would fit in. Am crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
The lieutenant turns very serious all of a sudden.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
She says with a smile.
I do like the sound of that.
Achievement unlocked. Recruit Detective Kevin Kitsuragi, Precinct 57's first. Finest. I'm ready.
Good.
She looks at you, then Vicmar.
Fuck it, let's go.
The man...
Sean brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
The man points down the street.
Under the evening sky, the great district turns on its lights. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls inside. Fire traps as far as the eye can see, from Main Street to Precinct 41 atop the motorway, to Boogie Street forking into the dark horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Potomac Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
The woman looks north. Harry? Is everyone even gonna fit in there? Wait. Okay. Damn. I'm really having trouble there. Look at the cups blowing away on the ground. Good animation there. Of the car. That's the ending? That's a bit odd, because there's so many moments that have such a importance to them, and even some with such a sense of finality to them, like this is the big conclusion. That almost felt like tacked on. Like, this is your evaluation at the end. I mean, it was important, but it didn't feel like a final moment. What can I say? It's one of the most insane games of all time. Yeah, the ending I think kind of underwhelmed me a little bit as a whole. The Phasmid made up for that a little bit. That was pretty crazy, but I don't know. The way everything fits together, the choices and everything, there's nothing else like it. Like this. I mean, I'm kind of stating the obvious, but yeah. Even without the choices being the way they are, the writing is so insane that if this was like a book, it would be insanely well regarded. And it is as a game, but games are like a medium that is more looked down upon. Like, oh, this is a niche. This is for people who play video games. I mean, I guess books are kind of like that to an extent. Books, but whatever. I'm not gonna get on a tangent there, but oh wow, that's the same. Wait, huh? Who is Jean Vicmar? It wasn't the lieutenant, right? What? How could that be Kuno? Oh, it looks like a lot of the art was redone with for the full final cut. I don't get it. How is that the same voice as Kuno? They're so different. How can that be possible? The cast did an amazing job. Wait, no, that's a different. Wait. That's a different voice. I knew. Yeah, it had to be. Wait. Oh, maybe in another language. Yeah, that makes sense. But the cast in the English, yeah, there you go. The cast I heard, amazing job, all around. Any criticism I have of this game, it's like, I feel like has to have an asterisk. It's like, keep in mind, this is one of the most insane achievements I've ever seen in a video game, like ever. It's the whole thing. But yeah, I mean. I found, story-wise, I found the reveal of the killer to be a bit anticlimactic, I guess. And the ending was kind of like more of a whisper than a bang. The very ending, I mentioned a minute ago, but yeah. It does kind of teeter out there, fall of, you know, whatever. I had a great time. It feels like a game. Everyone recommends this game, but I do feel like it's kind of, considering. I mean, people spend less time on it than I did usually. But even still, I feel like it's so dense and long. I would want to recommend it for how insane the story is and how insane the choices come together. But, it's just so, there's just so much. The gameplay is simple though, so there is that. I guess, but it's just long. It's long, and it's not that's not a criticism though. I'm just saying in terms of recommending it, like, it's definitely an undertaking to beat this game. I would say, unless you, I mean, you could just do less stuff in it, but maybe it's just because I was such a completionist. Is the thing. I wouldn't say it's one of my favorite games, but I totally get that. I do think it's one of the best games I've ever played, probably, but it's not really the story. I want to say it's not exactly like my thing. I think it was just all the political stuff. I couldn't really grasp it. Not a complaint again, but I just like it's just all over my head, which is the me problem, I guess. Oh, and that was another complaint, was just the way that the evaluation at the end. I feel like because so much stuff you do in the game feels like really rewarding in terms of like, oh, I did this hours ago, days ago, and now it's finally coming back into play, and it's like, that's such a rewarding feeling, and this game really has a lot of that, and it's great. But then with the evaluation at the end, it's like, I smoked one cigarette, and Kim's like, oh, they kept smoking all the time. Like, what? I smoked one to get the skill point. That's kind of ridiculous. I don't know why it was like that at the end. I wonder if the evaluation thing is maybe like a product of the final cut. I don't know. Because it does kind of feel tacked on. But I don't know how else it would have ended. Don't know. Yeah, because there was like, and it said I was a fascist. Like, what did I do that was, what? Literally just because I like learned about fascism, about like fascist ideals, and I was like, sure, whatever. That make the what? I don't think I said anything. Like, I think usually I was pretty mean to the fascists. I don't know. I don't get it, really. And then the main communist thing I did, I think, was just telling Edhead to be a communist because I thought it would be funny. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. The evaluation didn't make a lot of sense to me in that regard. So that whole part at the end was a bit off, honestly. I don't know. But most of the scenes felt very rewarding, I think. Pretty much every important scene before that evaluation at the end felt very rewarding in terms of like bringing back stuff you learned previously. I don't know what they're gonna do about. I think they're still trying to make a sequel, right? Even though the company was bought out, and the people who made the game originally aren't even working on it anymore. So they're pretty much screwed because I think. Oh. Wait, hang on. I think even if it they had everything going for them in terms of the sequel, like with the same people working on the game and everything, I think it would still be very difficult to capture the same magic this game did. I think it would still be really good because they're capable of making something really good. Clearly. But part of what's special about this game is you're thrust into this world and you slowly learn about you slowly learn all this information about it, and the way that unfolds and how that's presented to you, that's what's really special, I think. And so the sequel, if play the first game, you don't know everything, but like the world isn't a mystery anymore. So I would rather see like a new original game, and which maybe the people who the key figures behind the original game were kicked out. I don't know that much about it, but hopefully they'll make a new original story and it'll be really good, because I don't think a sequel would be as special. I think this is, even though I would like to see the characters again, I feel like the world is a big part of what makes this game special, and it just wouldn't be as special the second time around because you're already familiar with it. And a big part of what makes the game special is uncovering that. You're not uncovering it anymore. It'd be nice to see like a new mystery, but a lot of the mystery was just the world itself, which I don't feel like there's many unanswered questions other than just sort of general vagueness about some things like the Pale. And I don't feel like being less vague about it is gonna help. I feel like it just kind of is what it is. And maybe that's just me not understanding it, I don't know. Crazy game. Nothing else like it as far as I can tell. Thank you, my buddy Ed Atlan, for buying me this. I probably would have gotten around to playing it eventually anyway, and they bought me it a while ago, so that was what happened anyway. I think as soon as they bought it for me, I put it on my list, and now I've gotten to it, and I'm glad I did. So thank you for that. It's one of the most video games of all time. That's what I've said to some people who I've said I've been playing it. Like, oh, what's it like? It's dense. It's one of the most video games of all time. I would recommend it to people who haven't played it. I mean, you've seen this. If you're watching now, I don't think anyone's watching live right now, but if you're watching me talking about this later in any way, I assume you're familiar with the game anyway. But in terms of if I would recommend this to people who ask me about it, I think I would with an asterisk. Like, yes, but it's a lot. But that's a good thing. That's all I gotta say, I think. So tomorrow, Richard Scarry's I kind of the juxtaposition of those two games next to each other. We're done with Disco Elysium. Anyway, tomorrow, Richard Scarry's best neighborhood disc ever and Richard Scarry's busiest neighborhood disc ever. Playing that tomorrow. Saturday, games from the Tom Hanks Game Jam, and Sunday, Dadish and Dadish 2. Tune in for those. See ya.